exactly the same on a pretty similar map. First kill of the grand final goes the way of 1WIN. It's Forrester with a headshot from that Glock. 1WIN. They're spread pretty wide here across the map, looking to try an opening in this defense. They found at least one kill, but it's not too big of a hole that they can just push through and push on to claim their first round just yet.
Yeah, being tired is going to be a bit of a factor. Then we gotta favor 1WIN, right? We saw what happens Breezy when they played 1-3 before, and MIBR's one might have not been a 3-mapper, but it surely was a close one, especially on map number 2. 1WIN though, closing out. This is still going to be a ramp play. You have Save up close, and then you have Insani towards the back of the side. He's got a flash for Save, though. If they send a couple players early on towards the gap, this could come into play, and he's going to line it up. Exit, manages to get one. It's a 4 versus 4. Save towards the gap. Not good for another one, but Exit pushing through the smoke, mowing them down one after the other, and it's down to a 2 versus 2, but the bomb could be recovered.
Array of bullets being spammed over the top of the smoke, but Travis, he cannot connect on the kill, and he's lost his opper, he's lost his teammate, and now he's lost a round. Insane, connecting on 2 heads to get MIBR their first round on the board early. And you feel that the pistols and, of course, the conversion rounds are going to be very, very important for MIBR. You know, we're talking about what are their win conditions. I feel like the pistols and the conversions are definitely up there. They're just free rounds that they can pick up if they can just get that pistol. Simple, plain, easy ones before we get to see the likes of Deco on an AWP. We will see, however, Deco on a Galil, because with that bomb plant 1WIN, they're going to invest extremely heavily, and to be honest, it's not a bad buy whatsoever. MIBR, they've opted for no SMGs on their side, so they're going to be severely lacking utility. It's all rifles, and the majority of them M4s.
Yeah, it's because they're expecting the bull buy, right? They know they're going to be up against the Galils. They want to be able to challenge with the M4. So far, not quite able to do so, though. 2 for 1 towards the ramp early on. Breno still has an M4 to work with. He's thinking about going for the repeat. That's a great follow-up. Breno finds another, and somehow he's leveled things up once again. But look at Travis. He's caught such a phenomenal timing, and the bomb is just starting to make its way back. Drops when aggressive towards middle, so he knows there is a possibility. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to read the fact that they're going to be that quick up the B-bomb side, though, but he's still got a flank in him.
He is quite quick as well, which could be a little bit of an issue that, you know, Boomich and Travis might not be expecting. But the problem is actually that 1WIN are going to double up and look for the CT presence early. They're not going to give any chance to the player on the stairs. And I mean, they've heard Exit. They know he is making noise here. They know he's waiting for something. That gives it away completely. And Boomich has not taken his eyes off the stairs for a second. Here comes the swing, but drop best him this time. It is down to just Travis. Drops low HP, looking for the double. Not going to be able to find it, but there's no kit in play. And time is extremely low. And there just is not enough of it left in the round. Travis has done just about enough for 1WIN to answer back instantly.
Yeah, that was such a smart play from 1WIN. I mean, the moment of awareness, I feel like even before they hear the player towards Guardian making the steps and hiding, I think they knew that drop went looking, right? I guess on one hand, you'd have drop rotate over towards A, but then probably they wouldn't be going for that. Maybe they were going for the aggression towards the ramp because they were rotating and they felt safe about it, right? But it was a realistic possibility because the B player is alive, that he's pushed towards middle and he could be coming in from behind. And you could see that they had the read, right? You could see that they had the awareness. We did talk about the experience on the side of 1WIN. They are incredibly smart. They are one of the smartest teams in the tournament, in my opinion. And you're going to see all of those reads, right? You have a person like Boomich, who was IGLing one of the most convincing major champions in CSGO history. You have a Nico back who's really experienced. You have Hooge being the coach. You know that all of those guys are some of the highest IQ people that we have in CSGO. And if you're MIBR, you got to try and outsmart them, or at least out-aim them.
So much easier said than done, really, though, isn't it? Counter-Strike, it's a simple game when you break it down like that. Just shoot them before they shoot you.
Yeah, I remember that Config interview from like 5 years ago. He went, well, if no one uses flashes or smokes against me, I'm going to be the best player in the world.
1WIN already cutting the MIBR numbers down to just 2, as Drop is the next man on the chopping block. Insani and Safe might be better off placing their weapons into the next round if they're able to hang on to them. This is 1WINs for sure. And that is not how MIBR planned those last few rounds going. If they managed to win against that Galil Force Boy, it could have been a completely different story. We would have been looking at 3-0. We would have been saying MIBR, they're doing so good. You know, they're doing exactly what they need to in order to at least take this, you know, first map, or being with a chance to take this first map. It's still, of course, extremely early on.
Yeah,
but
cover the minimum requirements, let's say, to be competitive.
Exactly. But right now, they are already in a dangerous and detrimental position.
Yeah, I'd say that this is the map on which you'd favor 1WIN to put MIBR in such a position, though, right? I mean, if you're MIBR, if you're able to be competitive on Vertigo, that's great. That's phenomenal. If you just get blown out of the water, I don't think you should be overthinking it that much, right? MIBR are not a team that wins a lot of games on Vertigo, and then you look at 1WIN, they've lost only to Eternal Fire in the, well, post the player break, pretty much, with this lineup. They've beaten the Orcs, Looking for Orc, which are the French guys, X-Hydra, Eternal Fire again, and their last 3 games, MIBR Sharks.
Kill on to drop and be bomb site compromise once again. Boomich is going to try and get in on the action and in on the fun, and he has so with a double. How about a triple? Absolutely no issues for Boomich there, who is boasting one of his best ratings in this event. You know, something that you know you're not probably expecting too much is, you know, the actual insane performances that he has been putting up. I believe he's sitting on a 1.17 rating across 8 maps. He's the second highest rated player on 1WIN, so, you know, just maybe, you know, out of this lineup, not the man you'd expect to be up there. But thankful nevertheless that he is, of course, fragging and playing out of his mind.
Yeah, both him and Nickelback, by the way. Nickelback's putting on a really good performance so far in this tournament, and actually the past couple months have been quite beneficial for him. Of course, a lot of that has to do with the fact that Nickelback has been putting himself into much more, I'd say, better positions on CT side, on D side, CT side. The boys, obviously, Scrivnio and Alan mentioned that Forrester is getting a lot of high density situations on the CT side because he's put in those star rolls, right? But the other one that's put on those rolls is actually Nickelback. It's not Boomich, it's not Travis. So it's nice to see the 2 masterminds of the team, of course, in the server, not getting hooch out of this conversation. But on some good numbers. Drop with a good opening, but again, is Boomich on the lurk towards middle, and he's found the big gap. They should be aware of the possibility, but he's gonna be so quick.
In a 30, he's already in CT.
Great pickup.
Drop has played with Art for so long. He knows the timings. He knows the possibilities. You're not going to catch him off that. Yeah, absolutely not. I've seen this one before, and I'm not going to be caught out by it. Great kill from Insani, looking down over that sandbags, sprout smoke. Just no issues there. Deco, Forrester. How do you get back into a round like this? The bomb dropped on the ramp. You just hope for damage, right? I mean, if you can find a little bit of damage, that is quite good. Deco claims 2 quick kills, and now all of a sudden this script might have just flipped.
Absolutely winnable. Forrester is full in HP. He's playing in towards the ramp. Both Drop and Save are dead. He's still thinking about a potential aggressive play, but Drop was holding towards the stairs. So I guess in the moment that Deku clears out that B-bomb site, they would realize, and they will eventually realize, that every single CT is towards the ramp. Still a dangerous one, though. Still winnable, even though 1WIN are taking their time. They are looking for someone else on a flank, but unfortunately for them, no one to actually present themselves, and I feel like they're just holding on to the guns at this point. They're not really going to send it. Maybe if there was an MIBR player wandering somewhere around T-spawn or the B stairs and they got the kill, it would have worked out. There's the Vertigo Doshia. For anyone that doesn't know, this is actually a filthy nade, right? You know how people go post-plant when they plant it on A and they go in that little corner there at the top of the ramp to stay alive after the explosion? You toss a nade there, they're going down. He's just scaring them off. Wants to make sure that they don't try and save there later on. By the way, about the drop kill. Imagine he just gets the kill on Boomich. He's like, my captain used to be there like 5 seconds before you.
Yeah.
He was so much faster.
He just knew the timings. He knows the timings down to a T,
Yeah.
I'd say, after watching the master at work for that long. Look at this, Forrester going for a little bit of a boost over it. The gap in this smoke, and Burns didn't see it coming whatsoever. Forrester, he does get away, but it costs him half of his HP. 1WIN are going to be happy that they have the advantage, at least for the moment. As MIBR, they're still proactively looking to hold on to this ramp control. 1WIN aren't fighting for it just yet. Insane deploying a Molotov, as the pressure is going to hit, and there's just too much util raining over. He has to give that up, as he is alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And they still have Boomich towards middle though. Still lurking, still looking for space. And he's being really aggressive right now. He just wants to keep them occupied. He knows that his teammates are doing a lot towards the ramp. That's a big pickup from Insani. And now Boomich might have to get a move on because they've gotten the only kill onto the only ramp player. And 1WIN, they have to trigger that B play. Drop all alone, has to hold on.
Here in the steps, there's the flash trap, completely blind, but the next flash catches him right in the face, and that's a big problem. Boomich, he's hearing the steps down the ramp and saying he needs to get his gun up and still wins that fight. That's the second time today. It's a fight that he should lose, but he comes out on top. Forrester, it's down to just him, and he can only claim 1 kill. MIBR, they will get back to winning ways, and in very good fashion indeed. A 4v5 that they managed to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, they've been really great when they've had to look and be proactive around the map for space, right? We saw that in the previous game as well against Breezy. MIBR, it doesn't really matter if they're in a 5v4 or 4v5, but especially when they're a man down, they just have the perfect calls for the aggression. They push in towards the ramp, they find Nico back, and he wasn't really intending to go down that quickly. He was just trying to be as noisy as possible, probably. He didn't expect him to be that quick on the push, because there might have as well been more people from 1WIN just holding towards that part of the map, but they get the kill. They're able to come up with the right idea quite quickly, rotate people back, and of course Insani winning duels that he shouldn't be helps out a whole lot. He started off nicely and safe with a big pickup. Nickelback goes down. They've spotted Boomich as well. Not sure if he really wants to give them that forward fight, but it's a 5 versus 4 at the start for MIBR.
Boomich comes away with that kill there, but safe with the refrag from the molly is good. Boomich was actually done a really good job of just recognizing the danger he was in from the Heaven Peak player. That's why he backpedaled just that little bit. If he stayed on the angle trying to fight safe for too long, he would have gone down for free, but at least he comes away with the kill. Refragged, however. Molly, Insani, and Burns in. They're just going to swing here. Yeah, no smoke. They want to fight. Fights they keep on winning. Insani with another 2 quick headshots, and it is down to just Echo. How does he come up with the goods here? Is he going to be able to pull off something right out of the top drawer? He'll creep up onto the site. He spots out at least one player. Burns is down. Deco with the reaction instantly onto exit.
Oh my.
And drop now approaching from the rear. Deco, he realizes it. He plants safe in towards CT, deploys the smoke, and then just goes to make sure that drop isn't lurking his way through CT, but he hasn't seen anything, and he knows he's got the advantage. But drop has a smoke, he has a kit. The issue is Deco could be absolutely anywhere, and if drop wastes too much time trying to clear out the angles and he doesn't find him, that could be completely detrimental to the chances of the round. Smoke on the bomb. Deco now is going to look to peek out. Drop hasn't tapped the bomb just yet, looking for the fight, and he is going to get it. It's going to be extremely close here. I don't believe he has it, and he doesn't. Deco's done enough. He's clutched it up. A 1 versus 4 to give 1WIN the lead, and that is the player that 1WIN have. Deco is absolutely insane, and we're seeing it on a rifle on the T side, not where we'd expect it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your MVP worthy player. this is the showing that everyone wanted to see from Deco, right? I mean, Scriv, Neo, and Alan spent such a long time hyping him throughout the entire day, and with reason, with good reason. That was a phenomenal round from MIBR, and Sani he's going mental. He's absolutely nuclear right now, and Deco is the only one that can pack a punch against that, apparently. 1WIN with a big round, and that's put a massive dent into the economy of MIBR as well. It's fully reset them. The way that Drop plays it, I like it in a way. I do feel like it is a little bit problematic because he doesn't know where Deco is, and he does waste a lot of time. Knowing that Deco was low on HP though, deploying the smoke, tapping the bomb, that was the perfect play. Essentially, Deco would have to go and spam it, and it'd be an easy kill for you, but he just played it perfectly. Drop wasted too much time. And now that's going to be a free 5th round for 1WIN. That's a great start considering it's their map, pick is D side. MIBR are going to be feeling a little bit hard done by it. And those are the rounds that you mentioned. Those are the rounds that you talked about. In a game like that, you surely realize you can't allow yourselves to give Deco a round like this. You need to win all the clean rounds that you could, especially when it comes down to buy rounds, especially when it's for reset. Those are the rounds that make the difference in the end. Good damage here. You might be able to get away with a gun. Even another one. Deco's up close. Although in that state that he is right now, you'd actually favor him in a 1 versus 3. And in the end of the day, Boomich will actually get all of them. Deco did go down. 3 kills throughout the Nico. That's fine for MIBR. It's really good.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. And MIBR are going to call their first tactical timeout of this grand final. Something that I did want to bring up is that, you know, we're talking about how good Deco has been. Like, it has been on the T side, which is a little bit surprising, right? Because if I'd mentioned, you know, Deco to you or anybody that, you know, has watched a lot of 1WIN,
I'd say.
It's CT side, right? It's CT side, you know, that he's putting up impressive numbers. He's probably, you know, dropping 20.5 to get that impressive 1.34 rating. But no, his T side, I think he's sitting on like a 1.39 or something.
He's like the 3rd highest rated player on T side in the tournament,
Yeah. Incredible stuff from him. I believe he's only tied with Wonderful for overall rating, right? They're both on 1.34, but Deco's played one more map.
Yeah. He's up there with Wonderful, but of course Wonderful's not playing the finals. So I guess if 1WIN win it, we have a pretty strong contender to who's going to be the MVP of the tournament. Yeah, and it's not it's not just the rating. It's the fact that I guess you could compare them a lot because both of them are doing unholy things. Wonderful's been playing like crazy as well. 1WIN I just feel like is a lot more of a complete team right now compared to Sprout, even though Sprout has a lot of potential with this lineup, something that both me and you agreed on. But 1WIN just with the players around them, the time that they spent together, a lot more complete of a project. And you can obviously see it. You can see how comfortable Deco is. Another fun fact, by the way, he's actually even on CT side, he's not going for opening picks. On T side, on CT, he's just not going for it. CT side, he's attempted 11% of the opening picks of his team, which is, for an oper, is extremely low. That's like 16-17% less than Safe, for example. And Safe's not the most aggressive oper in the world either.
His team want him in that late round.
Yeah.
They want to set him up for success. Yeah, put him in the clutch. We've already seen what can happen already, and I don't think he's going to be done with it just yet. As on the approach, 1WIN, they do take a lot of space towards the ramp, but it is kind of late on in the round. They do need to get a move on. MIBR really lacking in the util department. They are running very thin on it. It's Safe with only a HE and a flash ready. The HE primed and ready to go as soon as there's a little bit of info spotted. When the time ticks down, he's just going to lump it and hope for the best. As 1WIN, they need to strike, they need to find these kills. They swing up, 2 players in towards Sandwich, and they've both been sandwiched by AKs aplenty. Deco can punch the numbers into the bomb, and Safe can do absolutely nothing about it. Just hear it from behind the smoke and wait for his teammates to get into position. But it's a 3v4. You've got one flash. You need to make it count. That is if you want to go for it. You don't have a kit as of right now. You've lost exit. And Deco is not even going to give you the chance. You try and get geared up. You try and get ready. But Deco, he wants every single kill. Drop will deny that at least. But an MP9 is going to be nothing to boast about when you're bringing that forward into the next round. And he mightn't even do that as well as Travis goes hunting and executes him.
Wow. What a round for 1WIN. I feel like that was one of those moments in which MIBR had to call off the save. It was just the fact that Save, unironically, was still towards headshot, and they felt like they had somewhat of control, right? You know that feeling when you're the third guy on A, your two teammates go down, but you still get a kill? You're in the feeling that when you're towards 51 already, you are in the retake. He actually did have a time window to get out of there and save it up. And I understand why they're going for it. It's a 3 versus 4. They're up close. There's no more U2 on the T side, blah, blah, blah. But bottom line, I think in that scenario, maybe it could have been a little bit better to hold on to those guns. Well, regardless of it, they did try to save in the end. Didn't work out for drop, so now it's just the pistols up against the rifles of 1WIN. And it should be another one on the board. We should be honestly looking at 7. Great awareness from Travis to be careful about that mid push. And that A-bomb side has been working out wonderfully for 1WIN. At least in the last couple rounds. At least when Insani's not going absolutely nuclear towards it.
Around in the box for sure. As MIBR, they still want to try and take a few weapons away. I mean, the money for the T side, it's not spectacular. So if they can continue just to chip away at it, it would be alright. But we're kind of getting to the stage of this first half now that MIBR, they really need to start winning rounds. They've got a buy round here. This one definitely needs to stick, or Vertigo will continue to be extremely one-sided.
I can explain this quite easily, and I think a lot of people are gonna like that, by the way. I think right now MIBR need to show the world that they can carry the boats. They need to show us that we don't know them, son. That's about it. It's do or die time.
The question is on MIBR, who is going to carry the boats and the logs?
And why is it going to be Insani? Well, they got to show it as a team, though. We're not speaking about an individual. MIBR has to show that they can carry the boats right now on Vertigo. And by that, I mean they need to show that they can pack a punch, right? It's 3-7. The start was not that terrible, but now 1-1, they're starting to get a lot more comfortable on the T side. This is the round in which you say to 1-1, okay, guys, this is going to be a competitive map. We have prepared. We have seen what went wrong the other time. And even if we're not able to steal it away, in this round, we're going to show you that we can pack a punch and we can keep that score at least remotely respectful. Otherwise, 1-1 might as well run away with double digits on the T side. And that could be a really quick one.
Insani already nerfed a little bit in terms of HP. Spam connecting on his feet, which is maybe going to be a massive issue when 1WIN look to pounce towards that A site, which is exactly what looks like it's going to happen. Bomb going to be collected. Just waiting out this smoke. Actually, MIBR, they're going to go for a boost here. This could be massive should 1WIN walk up the ramp towards Ivy. Or even a little bit later on. I don't know if you're going to be ready for this, to be honest. I mean, you see the molly here, burns in. Now, it's going to be mollied out. No, smoked it. Travis is going to be spotted, but you're not going to get anything from it. 15 seconds though, 1-1. They are nearly running out of time. They really need to go. They need to win these fights, and Burns with a double drop the bomb. Deco needs to fight back, but he's on his own. Molly lands in front. He does find a double, but look, the bomb is just burning to a crisp. You can't get your hands on it. Round is done and dusted. You can find all the kills you want. Boomich actually goes down after time. Not going to matter. He's got plenty of money. But MIBR, they do hold on. And 1-1, they kind of played themselves a little bit there. Just being a little bit too slow. It was good utility towards the ramp that just 1-1. They were too afraid really to push up. They didn't want it because that smoke was on the sandbags. And the CTs might have a nasty one-way. But just left it a little bit too late. And if you don't win the fights when it's 15 seconds left trying to push into the bomb site, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's the risk that you're running, right? Breno, by the way, from his POV, that's a massive double kill. It was a massive double kill even from the T-side's POV, but even if you have a deco that's able to bring up some crazy plays later on into the round, you gotta let him have enough time to make those plays happen, right? Because he finds that double kill. He shouldn't be winning the second fight probably, but he still does. No time to get the bomb and get it planted. And even if he did have the time, he was already low on HP and the HE would have dropped him. Even if there wasn't that Molotov, the round still would have went in favor of MIBR. This is all on Breno, by the way. That was an insane double kill. And that was a moment away from disaster as well, because MIBR, yeah, 1WIN took a long time, but MIBR got spotted on the boost, so 1WIN had all the information. They knew that both players were towards the gap. They just had to get at least the first kill, and then the refrag would have been easy. Didn't work out though, so now 1WIN will try and go a gear up.
They speed up, but right into the M4 burns in, who actually claims 3. What? Travis is dead as well. The refrag there from Deco needed to come in, but is it too little too late? And it looks likely. Boomich on a lurk out mid, and he's going to be dealt with as well. This is so much better from MIBR. Fast pace from 1WIN, and MIBR just cut them down. Tear them to shreds.
Well,
and I mean,
that would be the play of the tournament.
I don't want to count him out, but this one might be just a little bit too much, even for a player of Deco's standards. Especially with Drop in this position. As soon as that smoke clears, Drop will find a free kill and another round for MIBR. They only lose 1. Absolutely great stuff, especially from Burnson.
Yeah, and that's 2 rounds in a row when he's went for that massive multi-kill, right? I mean, last round with a big double that pretty much won them the round. This time with a triple, and that was against the buy round as well. You can look at it on your screen right now as well. 324 damage in this round for Mr. Breno. He's been crazy when it comes down to multi-kills so far. And you know what? One thing that we can give to MIBR, it's been a team effort. You look at the kill distribution. Bottom frag 7, 3 people on it. Top frag exit on 9. If they're winning rounds, they're winning them as a team. I know it's funny to say that after Breno just had that previous round, but it just feels like if the game is going well for MIBR, it's going to go well for everyone. So now 1WIN, they're going to try and switch it up again. A bomb side didn't work out twice in a row. Let's see how Drop's doing towards B.
Forrester boosted up. Is he expecting the second player? Drop deals with the first, but not the second. And Travis, look how quick he is. Exit. I don't think he realizes that Travis is already crossed, and if he backsteps just a little bit too much, that's a big problem. And Travis and Boomich strike in unison. The round is 1WIN's, and MIBR, all their hard work undone by a set play.
Yeah, they didn't realize Travis was already towards squad, by the way. You can see them just going for the peaks. They thought that the T's were just going to cross towards the side itself, and Travis had just slipped the net. He was already back there. And it's really key for 1WIN that they're able to just switch it up with a really quick call again and make it work, because it felt like the last 2 rounds, they just lost the comfort in those quick plays, especially towards A, of course. They go back. He's even going to go for a bit of a hunt here. Money's not great on the T side, but he does realize how important it is on the defensive side of things as well. Now he gets spotted. Not sure if he really wants to push through that smoke. I feel like this is where you just give it up. Just hold on to your 4 guns. You can be quite happy with this. And Boomich is coming in from behind as well. He could be in for 1 kill if they give him an opening. Oh. Ooh. Lucky days for the Brazilians.
Lucky that it doesn't get out of hand extremely quickly. Unlucky in the fact that they missed a massive timing and it cost them the round.
Yeah. It's not the same. It's not the same when looking for Orca out of the tournament, by the way. Using the word lucky just hits different when lucky's in the server. Or espionage, of course. We didn't quite have them participate in this tournament, but of course there's 2 luckies out there. At least. There might be another one. Yeah, that we're not aware of. But hey, tactical timeout for MIBR. And that's the second one. I like the fact that they're trying to put in their mind force, I guess, going into this game. They are trying to be as competitive as possible on this map. Which, of course, I guess kudos to them. Because at 7-3, I think it was quite easy for 1WIN to just start winning rounds and completely blow them out of the water. But MIBR, they've been trying to keep it close. It's still a really comfortable score for 1WIN. They are still in the better position, but at least MIBR are packing a punch right now.
They are fighting back. They are making this competitive, and that's exactly what they need to do. They need to try and stay with 1WIN for as long as possible on this map. You know, it's very, very difficult to hang with 1WIN. Many teams have tried and many teams have failed on Vertigo, but this isn't a terrible result as of right now, but it's got a whole lot worse there for Insane. He thought he got away, thought he might win that spam duel, but Deco, he had the lineup perfectly. Burnson wants a little bit more here.
That angle was awful.
He's already dead, yeah. Are they going to be ready for a Boomage on another lurk? This time Drop will not be caught out by it. Deals with him. And now the only tees remaining are towards A. This smoke might work out in Burns' favour completely.
I think it does, by the way. He's playing an angle that most people play with Yo, by the way, right? That was the famous Monacy peek. He goes on top of that railing and he peeks towards the downside of the ramp. But with a rifle, it's so hard to play here. You are going down 100%. Question is, how many kills do you get before that? And now this is terrible. He's been spotted. He's been seen. He's dead. Forrester gets one. Forrester gets a second. Exit. Tried to compensate. But gets punished. And now he's down to Drop. He denied Boomage from that aggressive play. Are you ready for him to be that quick down the ramp? Forrester, look at him. He's holding, but he's low on HP. It's a free kill for Drop. Needed only one bullet. Now it's Travis and Deco left. Safe realizes that he's in a lot of danger. He's gonna... Oh, the molly actually... Well, it didn't glitch. It's gonna stop Travis from the initial plan. He's gonna relocate to a safer position. But it is a 2 versus 2, and Travis has been able to deal with Safe.
Drop with its back turned, and Deco... Absolutely no issue for him whatsoever. 1WIN. We're worried there for a moment. That was going all wrong very quickly, but they settled themselves on that ramp. They wait for the perfect time to go on the approach, and it's a great double from Forrester really to get the ball rolling in that one, even though Deco is going to get the MVP for 2 important frags as well. 9-5 money absolutely in the bin here for MIBR. SMGs aplenty. Can you best the rifles? Forrester. Oh, that is horrible. You try and go for an aggressive play towards yellow. Try and make your way up to maybe peeking towards Ivy. And you're already tagged down to 22 HP and you have to turn back. That cannot feel good.
Well, that's the experience that people are getting when they're playing against Boomage. So first, they're just getting a taste of, well, I guess his teammates' own medicine. In a way, Boomage is usually the one to be a bit annoying. The boys at the desk mentioned it as well. It's all his ability to find gaps in the defenses of his opponents. Something that he hasn't been quite able to do so far, but he does here expertly. Boomage with a great opening, spamming back and forth. The pistols in the MP9s are trying to find something, but it's Deco to just mow them down one after the other. It's 1 is 2 is 3, and it's probably 10 for 1 in the end of that first half, at least, unless Save goes huge and wins a 1 versus 5.
HE gives away his position, and I'm not very hopeful. Not whatsoever. Especially because he's already outputted half his mag. Nickelback has died.
There's 2.
And look at the HP of everyone here. Oh Safe. Hold on. No way. Surely not.
If
Bomb planted for the ramp.
I'm going
Safe.
crazy.
Oh, cut away. Boomage.
Wow.
Puts that one to bed before really that one gets out of hand. And probably for the best there. Safe nearly couldn't believe his luck.
I mean, imagine it wasn't on... I want to see what happened to Nickelback, by the way.
Did he fall off the map?
Yeah, I think so. He must have, right? He must. I don't think he was that low on HP. We can probably get a replay in. I'm not sure if we can, but I'll try and push for it. Okay, we can't. Sorry. I did try and push for it, guys. I promise.
He tried his best. And production shut him down, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was the reach of my powers here, but I was a man of people for a second there. I did try to be the hero.
Look, at least our hopes weren't up for too long, you know. It was,
yeah. That's actually better. You're not dreaming for too long, so you're not too disappointed. You don't have big expectations. That's how the world works. Well, it's
the hope that'll kill you. You know, that's what they say. That's what they say.
If you can maybe connect odds to hope, then MIBR have none. Because the odds are heavily in favor of 1WIN to take this one over the line. Pistol round starts already. 2 smokes, flash, molly for the tees. And a mid push from Nickelback, who's already getting into a fight, but the action's happening on the other side of the map.
Yeah, the attack's happening up towards A. Forrester not able to connect on the head through the gap in the sandbags as the CTs are trying to get a little bit closer to help him out. No molly to force him out of position, but they don't need it because they've got Insaney on a P250, finding nearly every single kill. Travis pushes past the smoke to at least claim 1, and the CTs are firing back at least to keep this one competitive. But man, look at the HP left as the bodies litter the A site, and Boomage finds himself with a man disadvantage. But the bomb is extremely close to him at least. He has an opportunity, maybe, to win this for 1WIN, to spur on what could be a map victory towards the end. Insani nearly gave him a little bit of a peek there, and he has actually spotted him. There's one. The second one, just unknown for now. Exit now has been seen. Boomish now knows exactly what he needs to do. Looking for an opportunity, looking for a chance to peek him. Don't want to give him too much as Exit swings across. Boomich has to get the reload off. Collected, they're just going to swing him. They're looking for the fight, and Insani's going to win it. 8 HP, Insani gets it done. It's 4 kills for him. We haven't said his name very much at all. At all, Ted. We haven't. But in an important round, he steps up, he delivers. They need to make sure, though, that they do not lose these conversion rounds. They cannot make that same mistake twice.
Yeah, I swear this guy is one of the best pistol players we have in the tournament. Look at the way that he gets all those kills. He's just turning around. That second shot was so clean. Insani is just winning every single one. The confidence that they have in him as well. He is the low HP person. He needs to land the headshot on Boomich, otherwise the round is gone. And I think he was running low on ammo as well. So now 1WIN, they gotta go for the forest buy. You're up against, or after losing both pistol rounds on your own map pick, and you're still up ahead. If you're able to still win it, well, I guess that does show how much of a prolific force they are when it comes down to vertigo. The forest buy, of course, coming in, and Sani on an AK. How can you really fault him for giving him that gun? I mean, he's brought it up for himself, but you still get the point. He's been hitting some really nice shots. Another rifle on Brano, who's going to be rocking that Galil. 3 Mac 10s as well. And it does start to look like a bit of a B play. It's fake. They're running it back. And it's worked out really nicely, by the way. The scout's all alone here. Deco, we know what he's capable of. Does he realize that there's a player up close? I don't think so. So he's going to fall back for now.
Wants to play that one just as safe as possible. Doesn't want to give MIBR a path into this round. And MIBR, they're running this clock extremely thin now. Still 30 seconds. They have a little bit of time to maneuver. They're going back. It's a double fake. But Nickelback, he wants this information. He's going to go peeking. He's going to see them on the retreat. They don't know Insani is up, though, and he could cause all the issues. Deco down. Nickelback just trying to buy time for his teammates to get set up, and they are set up. There's 12 seconds, and they're being torn apart on entry. Bomb drop. Burnson needs to go absolutely huge. He finds the headshot. Forgets about Boomich, and there just is not enough time, but he needs to find the kill, and Boomich stays alive. Just about. 1WIN are going to win it. Boomich. If he went down there, MIBR won it, but on 6 or 7 HP, he hits the deagle shot needed.
What a performance from Boomich as well. He hits his 19th kill of the game. And that wasn't a bad fake from MIBR, but I mean, Nickelback just heard everything, right? It didn't really make a difference. Even though Insani goes up, he gets a kill. He gets sent with a lot of Uto onto the bomb side, does his part. Nickelback had the information. 1WIN just stuck to the B side stack, and you said it, MIBR, they get the pistol round, but it's no good unless they convert, and they couldn't. 1WIN still this one away, and even though they do have a pretty competitive force buy, considering they still have 1 AK and Insani, and the scouts were safe, there's 3 pistols around them, not a lot of Uto, just 2 smokes and a flash left on minute 27. And you're up against 3 rifles and 2 MP9s and a lot more Uto.
That was some nade on top of safe there.
Nickelback is still going for the jumps, even though he's heard the AK fire at him.
Lunatic. Absolute lunatic.
You just had to, right?
Nah.
Yeah.
Don't mind him. He's a lunatic.
Okay. An IGL with an MP9. I guess we're not really surprised, are we?
He wants the information. He's just taking so much risk.
Yeah.
So many risks trying to reface and repeak. And I've seen nothing on the ramp this time around. Deco on his way back.
Still has a molly.
Makes his approach. This is a big fight here if Deco is able to win it. And, well, Insani discouraged from the Molotov. Boomich over the top of the site. 30 seconds for MIBR to carve a hole in this defense, but it's going to be difficult with 4 players in their way. Deco in here towards Sam, which has been taken out by that Tech 9. The bomb dropped in Nickelback's lap, though. He's getting shot in the back, shot from all angles, but he still comes away with 2. Insanely up top as exit with a double with a deagle. And all of a sudden, this round starts to get away from them, dropping down. Insane, he finds that monstrous kill. It's a big nade onto exit, but they might get this bomb down, and they will. Travis, he's got a 1v1. Insane needs the insta headshot, surely, and he will find it. Oh my lord, what are we witnessing from the Brazilians right now? They answer back.
They are holding for dear life right now. MIBR is just refusing to give up. 1WIN say, okay, you've won the pistol. We get the conversion. Now we're going to convert our force buy. You're not getting into that bomb site. You're not finding anything. We're just going to hide and cower around the smokes. And MIBR say no. They just say no. We are going to be competitive on this vertigo. We are going to join in. We are going to play and show you that we do deserve to win the tournament. Or at least make you work for it. At least show you that it's not going to be easy. We're not going to make that grand final easy for you. Forrester, though, has managed to pack a punch with the MP9, even though he was taken against a couple of rifles on the other side. Insani's still going for the fights. Has to be careful. There's a couple of deagles on the other side. But look at the damage. A massive nade, I think, landed on top of them. You look at Insani drop. Low HP is quite low. Breno with a big kill towards the A-bomb side, but the rotations have arrived.
Nickelback wants to get up close with the SMG. If there was a flash, it'd be perfect, but he just takes the peek, gets the small bit of information, and gets away with it as well.
The HP is still so worrying, though, for MIBR.
Yeah. Double MP9 in towards Sandwich as well. This could go horrible for MIBR if they're not careful. Travis is going to be no support. 1WIN playing a game where they just need to dodge the flashes right now. Nickelback going to be completely blind. Forrester has to do something. Boomich on the flank at least collects 1. And now Travis needs to be cautious. Dropping Burns in. They're both looking for him, and they've spotted him. If he finds the insta headshot, maybe there's an opportunity, but no. But look at Boomich. He's ready for this. They're going B. They might just walk right into him. If he catches the bomb, this round could be over, and he has done so. Drop his low HP. Needs to find the headshot, and he does. Drop once again, saving it for MIBR. Boomich, he had the round in his hands. He made the play, possibly of the game, and he still comes up short.
Boomich is a motherfucking genius. I can't fathom how smart this play is. And Drop still manages to get the round. This is insane. Drops is... I swear Drop is like 3-0 in direct drills against Boomich. He was the only reason that Boomich wasn't finding any space towards middle on the T side as well, if you remember. Every single time, Drop was ready for the timing of Boomich. And again, he wins the 1 versus 1. Those are the rounds that MIBR need. They need to get away with those rounds that they should be losing on paper. This is the way to be competitive on Vertigo, and they have been. Insani finds another one. Boomich only on a pistol this time around, of course, so you don't really favor his chances going into this fight. But MIBR have been really starting to breathe in the necks of 1WIN, keeping it close, keeping it dangerous. I'm not sure with how many more rounds like this they can get away, but they're surely making it exciting. I am still favoring 1WIN. Don't misunderstand me. I still feel like they've been playing really well on the CT side so far. But MIBR are getting away with way too much right now, and it does hurt. Good damage considering it was just an eco here. Still, 11-9. This one's a lot closer of a vertigo than what we expected, Jack.
A lot closer, and a lot of it has to do with just the individual skill of MIBR, just the raw mechanics. I mean, when they're given an opportunity or they have to hit a shot, it's instant. It's absolutely instant, whether it be Insani, whether it be Drop, whether it be Exit, anyone. It's just, in retaliation, that simple headshot. That's all they need to find. And that's why they are still in this game, still continuing to reel 1WIN in. This would be, of course, the catch of the day. Insani spots ahead. Boomich is the man that could really change it all, though. He's already been spotted. Insani down. do MIBR still want to commit into this one? They've expended a lot of utility and there's smokes littering this bomb site, which makes it so difficult. Travis playing underneath, one collects their second frag of the round. MIBR now stunned by 1-1.
Yeah. I love the aggression from Forrester and Nico back towards the top of the ramp early on, by the way. They're taking so much space and they're enabling Boomich and of course everyone else pretty much to set up towards the B bomb site, right? Boomich and Travis, both of them in really good positions at the start of that round towards B, denying the play. 45 seconds. MIBR don't really have anything to work with, but Boomich might actually give them something. Wait, oh, he didn't see exit. That's one, and he didn't spot the bomb. As far as Boomich knows, exit is all alone towards the B extremities. Of course, he could make an educated guess that there was a second one. And now they know. Travis, he's found the bomb, but he's not alone. He can pick up the fight. Deco's there to support him. He finds another. Flashes are great. Exit, a 1 versus 4. He's just gonna get double peak. Nice reaction onto the first one, but second one was too far out of reach. 12 on the board for 1-win. Boomich and Nico back being able to come up with the solutions. And by that, I mean Boomich on 23 and 13, by the way. Even though they had the right read, he's been playing outstandingly well so far.
I mean, we said that, you know, talking about Deco so much, we said that Boomich, it's one of his best tournaments that he's played in quite a while.
Yeah.
And showing it here, not just in the lead up, in the build up to the final, but in the final as well.
I mean, maybe. You remember those rumors that he was OPing even on 1-win for for some time? Maybe he was just getting into that star player carry mindset and he just couldn't let go. Even though he has to call a lot of the shots right now and he has to be the leader of the team alongside Nico back and alongside Hooch. Maybe he's just in that space of mind. Okay, I go kill. I give call, but then I go kill as well. I'm sorry if that was an awful imitation of Boomich. I think it was, but yeah.
I believe he is a little bit softer spoken than you.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I kind of tried to mimic the accent, pretty much. Unfortunately, I can't do the voice.
We'll let you away with it. Now,
thank you.
MIBR down to just the Eagles. What a round this would be, though, wouldn't it? This would be incredible if they're able to collect it, but no fear. Right now, Nickelback just going to run down into the den of the pistols, and he comes away with a kill. He even gets out of there with his life as well. Doesn't give that away, as the Deagles, they just want to take these fights, and rightly so. Insaney with 2, safe with 1, and all of a sudden, this round completely flipped on its head. Boomich, we're hyping him up. Now he needs to deliver once again. Insaney's low. Safe. Doesn't have any armor. So this should still be a pretty simple round, unless the headshots are instant. And Boomich nearly gave one away for free. He wants this information. Look at this angle that Insaney's holding right now. If he is clean on it, this could be dangerous. But he gets taken down. Safe. Gets out of there with the bomb on his back. Sprinting over. He'll at least get a plant out of this situation. And then, how does he want to play it? Surely he wants to get as close as possible.
Yeah, bomb's gonna go down. No ult for Safe and no armor as well. He needs to position himself perfectly for the insta headshots. Isolate 2 1v1s. This is the main goal, and they're gonna take their time to clear it out. Now he gets the confirmation because of the U2. He can make an educated guess that they will try and approach this one together. Safe. Something spectacular required. Needs to be clinical on the first one to give himself a chance for the second. There's the first headshot, and there's the second save. No way! In God's name, have you just done that to 1-win?
Safe hands. MIBR are in. Let's have a look at this again. Insanely Deagle shots were absolutely ridiculous here. Oh man, that is beautiful to witness. I was saying what a round that would be to collect. They've only gone and done it. They've only gone and picked it up. And look at 1-win's money.
That's crazy. Those are the rounds that they need to win, right? Those are the things, the variables that we were talking about. This is the way that MIBR win against 1-win on Vertigo. They're not going to outplay them. They're not going to have the better game plan going into this game. They're surely not going to be the better Vertigo team. But if the stars align, things could work out. And so far, they've been aligning.
although this is only an eco, surely 1WIN are a little bit flustered, right? Surely they're a little bit concerned about the way that they just lost that previous round. Fair piece of you too. But it won't matter all that much. MIBR, they're still looking to try and head in towards this A site, it would seem. See if the pistols are going to give them a chance. There's still a chance that 1WIN come away with this round though. I mean, you're walking into a stack.
Imagine how many crazy things we've seen the last couple of days. We're traumatized if we're giving them a chance in a 3v4 with pistols. 1 USP on 19 HP. A Deagle and another USP.
Travis has at least collected 1 soul. But will it be enough? Oh, Deco. Headshot of his own, but now he is on his own completely. 5-7 in hand and exit. AK to the face, no problem. The buyback here from 1WIN has to be a good one for sure. You're not going to have Deco on an AWP though. It's just going to be the 5 rifles. And MIBR looking to tie this game up. A lot better. A lot closer, man, than anybody probably would have expected. MIBR are really putting it up to 1WIN here.
I mean,
and it's a pleasure to witness.
Man, they won a 2 versus 4 with an eco. I mean, they had no armor, just 2 deagles, and they won it against the guns. It's been crazy, and now they're shifting up a gear again. Forrester finds the person safe in a good position for the refrag, re-aggression from the flashes, and an 8 kill from Deco. Shut down the entire offense. Great precautions taken by 1WIN. Drop will try and go for the wild play to get them back to it. Nickelback's not really in an advantageous position too much. Right arm peak, but still the shadow gets spotted. Nickelback wins the fight regardless. And it is exit in a 1 versus 4. Deco playing on top of the smoke. Doesn't see him, but this should be out of reach. Even according to what we've seen so far. Even according to our trustworthy sources of craziness. There's no way, surely.
If he isolates the 1v1s, there's definitely a chance. Travis not going to be taken down there. Oh, the molly's just ran in. He has to extinguish at least one of them, and his exit going to be ready for this position behind default. Nobody's pushing him from Ivy just yet. Travis is the immediate danger as of right now, and he's definitely the danger when he peeks right into him like that. 3 survive on 1WIN. They need to keep the money as high as possible. Their loss bonus isn't fantastic, so should this round go in favour of MIBR, I mean, they'll have 1 more decent buy, and then all of a sudden they could be looking at an eco. So there's plenty of dangers for the CT side, even though as of right now they're in the lead. As MIBR, they muster up what they can, and they go aggressive towards B, but Boomich has the exact same idea. Himself and Travis looking to shut this play down, and they didn't spot him. He was unbeknownst to that attack, and they get ripped to shreds once again. It's all 1WIN in these last few rounds, and MIBR, the fast tempo, it's just not working out in their favour.
Absolutely not. This is what we were talking about though, right? I mean, MIBR need the crazy rounds to get away with it. Otherwise, 1WIN can just run them over. That was such a massive play. Breno, 1v4. You know that Nickelback's trapped towards the sandbags, but you also know that there's going to be people covering him, so that just makes it a little bit worse for wear. And Nickelback, I think, realizes where Breno is. Should have an idea. They are still looking towards the gap, so maybe not confirmed entirely. There goes the peak, and Deku wins the fight. Getting back to it, though, I mean, that play was absolutely crazy, wasn't it? Boomich goes in first with the flash. They don't spot him. And then as soon as Travis gets the first kill and he takes first point of contact, you see Travis's nickname on the scoreboard. He is the B player. You're 100% sold that maybe this was Travis being first spawn and there's someone coming in from behind, or he's just going for an opening and trying to get control with a teammate smoking off deep stairs for him, right? This is something that some people do sometimes. I realize how much of a funny sentence I just said, but it is true. And Boomich, he got himself into the perfect position. He's on 25 and 15. And I don't believe I'm saying that, but Deku's not really the big star of the show so far. It's Boomich. Considering the fact that we know how much ideas he's given, the fact that he's even registered as the IGO. We don't have an official confirmation on whether it's him or Nickelback. I'd assume that it's kind of like a mix of the two, but the fact that he's doing so much from the tactical aspect of the game and he still is packing such a heavy punch is so impressive.
So impressive.
You'd think someone like that would have won a major by now. Oh, wait.
Travis maybe getting flashbacks with the sound of that deagle. He still wants to look for a fight, exit. He's already picked up 1 kill. And Travis, he wants this duel. Wants to take him off the boost. Oh, Forrester? Okay.
Yep.
Alright. That was a little bit scary.
That was one of those moments. Everyone has him. He's good. No blood on the water. Well, not his blood, anyway. It was fine. And...
Once he's in defeat, it was over.
Yeah. Sure.
You were waiting. You were wondering when he was going to pull the trigger there. Wondering when he was actually going to finally shoot. 15 seconds and Deco surely is just going to put this round to bed and get onto a map point already. 10 seconds. And it's done. A final buy in the hands of MIBR. 4 rounds. Perfect Counter-Strike needed, but it's so difficult. Especially with the pressure.
I mean... Ooh. I don't want to sound disrespectful to MIBR. They've been playing a much more competitive Vertigo than what we expected. But to be fair to 1WIN, and I'm saying that out of respect, 1WIN have really dominated this Vertigo. It's the crazy rounds that they've let slip that have made this score look that close, right? This is it. In essence, this is not a 15-11 game, for sure. It's much more one-sided. It's because of the rounds that 1WIN have been winning so far. And, you know, we've actually made that point quite a lot of times. The difference between a decent team and a really good team is the fact that a really good and solid team is able to win on their bad days as well. And this is what 1WIN are doing right now. When everything's going well for their opponents, they are still dominating, and they look more than ready to close this one out. A great opener by Forrester.
Boomich with the AWP walks in towards middle, and that's a quick and easy kill. This one is looking as good as done. Insanely on the ramp. Cut apart from the AK. Drop. Left in a situation to save themselves on Vertigo. But it's going to be a similar story to the last time that 1WIN and MIBR faced on this map. It's looking like 1WIN will have this advantage in this grand final best of 3. Let's drop. Creeps his way in. We're going to be looking at him, and Forrester seals it. 16-11. Yeah, impressive performance. MIBR, they had some flourishes in there. They had some rounds in there, of course, that looked absolutely insane. But in the end, it was just 1WIN being all in all the better team closing that one out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we pointed out, everything went in favor of MIBR. They won both pistols. They were able to get away with some crazy rounds, but 1WIN, they played a really solid game. And one thing that I'm really looking forward to is hearing what Neo, Scriv, and Alan have to say about that Boomich performance, man, because that one absolutely shocked everyone. I'm 100% sure.
Certainly was a bit of a shocker. Boomich, who, let's say towards the end of his tenure on Na'Vi, didn't look in the best individual form. He comes into this team. I don't think it's necessarily clicked in the right way. And as we've actually learned during the course of that map, Boomich is the in-game leader. So clearly, irrespective of that change, there's a lot of internal movement in this team. And seeing a performance like that from Boomich, maybe they have just found the right formula.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he, as I've mentioned maybe a little bit, right? Yeah. And definitely over the past few days, for sure, it seems like he's coming into his own a little bit, being a bit more Na'Vi-esque, right? With these sort of wild pushes and crazy little plays. And maybe you call them like info gathering moves at the top level. Carrigan does something a bit similar with FaZe. But when it comes to this level, he can actually match up on a mechanics standpoint. So that's certainly, I think, what we're seeing from Boomich, and then maybe that indeed makes his calling better, makes it a bit more confident, backed up by Deco now as well. They together can have a really great and obviously annoying sort of performance to play against.
Yeah, I think for me, just to kind of preface this, I love what Boomich is doing. He's doing well, but generally when you look at IGLs, they do kind of one or two things. They're normally playing like an entry, on T side this is, either playing kind of an entry role, we see kind of Carrigan do this quite a lot, or they just play in the pack, right? And they got someone who is a dedicated entry. We kind of saw Thomas do similar things when Cypher was entering on ITB. They normally kind of one or two, and they play in and around those sort of roles. And then you should see Boomich, who's like the other side of the map to the bomb, nowhere near the action, but it's working, right? And this is, I think, what makes this team quite difficult to play against. 1WIN just have a number up right now on MIBR. And of course, when you've got the dynamic duo of Deco and Boomich both dropping pretty significant frags, there were 26 for Boomich, 25 for Deco, it's very, very difficult just to compete with them on a mechanical basis, never even mind kind of the mental games that Boomich likes to play.
Yeah, so of course, going into this series, Vertigo was 1WIN's pick yesterday. It is probably their best map. They've beaten some top-tier competition on it. We certainly would have favoured them to win this map. So, it going their way, has it changed your opinion on the course of this series? Is that just, status quo, or maybe maybe MIBR actually showed you a little bit more than you expected on that map?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, to be honest. The fact that they move up to 11, it's definitely a better performance than it was yesterday, right? They look a lot better there. With the 11 rounds, at the same time, it was also a very similar kind of story in the sense that, as mentioned by Ted towards the very tail end there, they got both pistols, couldn't convert those pistols. Maybe if they did, we'd have a much closer game. But at the same vein, the rifle rounds just weren't really strong enough, particularly on that CT side. They really did struggle. So, yeah, I just think when it comes to all the big things that we talk about as a team, getting your mark and having an impact on the map, they just didn't really have that. They were indeed keeping close, and individuals, again, not looking too bad. And Sani having another great map, but just wasn't quite enough. And I think a big part of that actually was the AWPing battle going heavily the way of 1WIN.
Yeah, it was an entertaining first map. I think it went the way we expected. Mirage, of course, yesterday went the way of MIBR. But before we get into Mirage, take a little bit of a break, and when we're back, we'll break down Mirage and see if 1WIN can get this series done in 2.
1WIN.GG, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with BO3.GG.
Well, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you got to do is click here, select the mod, and boom. New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
Vertigo already in the can. That, of course, went the way of 1WIN. Up next is Mirage. They did play this yesterday. Didn't go so well for the Brazilian team, but I think let's not be too doom and gloom. Let's talk about what are the positives going to Mirage. What players should we be looking at? Paint me a world where this goes 3 maps. How does that happen?
Okay, so I think Safe is one of the big aspects coming into Mirage. He looked pretty good the last time that they played it against each other, right? I think was the only impactful member of MIBR, really. And again, that sort of AWP battle, it's been missing on Vertigo. If he can challenge against Deco, that would put a much better number onto a map like this, where the AWPing maybe not quite as impactful as Vertigo, but still a relatively big deal. And then something that we've seen quite a lot, actually, from a few of the teams is grabbing that double AWP setup. Seems to be creeping back in a little onto Mirage. So maybe we'll see some of that as well. But yeah, I think definitely Safe is sort of the big one. And then dealing with Boomich. MIBR looked very, very, very caught off by the way that he was playing. It has been scaling up even just over the past few days for Boomich. His confidence at an all-time high, it seems like, just gunning it through smokes, completely dry, on his own, not telling anybody, and then finding a two-piece. But at the same time, they maybe have to start to expect a few of these wackier plays.
Yeah, as well. I think realistically, I know it's a bit of a broken record, but I think a lot of it comes down to Insani. When they played just yesterday, it went 15 and 25 with a 0.86 rating and next to no impact as well. He never got off the kind of out of the starting blocks, right? I think that's a big thing for me. If Insani doesn't perform, you need your rifling core to be strong, and you need your hero rifler especially your connector rifler in that of Insani to be playing an elite level, and he wasn't. He got completely overwhelmed, constantly was getting just destroyed, never finding any form. And he never came online. And I think that's a big thing. If they want any sort of success, Safe's a big one to try and deny Deco. He still got 29 kills the last time they played. But you need that rifle to come online. You need to stop the likes of the Boomich and the likes of Forrester as well. Forrester gets very active, especially over towards that B site. So
sorry to throw you guys under the bus, but you talk earlier on about how maybe Boomich's playstyle isn't ideally suited. Maybe it has some holes. Maybe the way this 1WIN team plays has some gaps that could be exploited. So why going into a map like Mirage shouldn't we be looking at someone like Exit to outcall this team? Is there a world where MIBR can strategically win this map and get it to a third? Could they have that advantage?
I think it's very tough at the moment against 1WIN, right? Because they have this really weird sort of yin and yang that they're able to do. A lot of the rounds generally come down a lot slower, right? That Vertigo ran on quite a long time because they were just playing so very passive, and obviously 1WIN started off on the T side there, where they get to dictate some of the pace. So I think they can be kind of hard to read. You have to force yourself into those individuals when you're on the CT side, and then it almost feels like things flip completely when they're on the CT side. 1WIN are much more forward facing, and again, Boomich a big part of that, as he was on Na'Vi. Just seems to be the way that he likes to play. And I think you have to edit yourself to play around that individual, but then also just reading a team like 1WIN can be really difficult because they do have these different avenues that they can rely on. Such a well-drilled team by this point, right? Sort of 6 or 7 months in of the recent additions, and very, very happy, I think, with how they look in that sense.
Well, there you have it. Stage is set. Mirage to come. Ted, Zephyr, take it away.
Thanks very much, lads. Looking forward into this map, Ted. Mirage, MIBR, they need a massive response. A monstrous response here. They need everybody to step up, not just one player, if they want to stay in this grand final. 1WIN, of course, though, they're going to be filled with confidence, man, after that result that they got against them last time round. So going into this, just your initial thoughts for this. Actually, we're going to hold on because we're jumping into the match straight away.
I did try to stay as silent as possible before we get into the server, and I was able to do so for 10 seconds, which was a bit of a hurdle. But yeah, moving on. I'd actually say that I feel like 1WIN got this into, and the reason, I know the win percentage, the numbers are not really adding up to this because MIBR have been, maining Mirage. They've been doing a really good job at it, picking it almost every single time when they've played, blah, 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 blah. But 1WIN, the last the last 4 Mirages that they've played, they've invested by only one team, and that team was VP. And boomage, he's looking to hold on to his great form from the previous map. 1xBet agreeing with my prediction as well, with what pretty much every single one of us, I think, over at the desk, and me and you have been leaning towards, which is a 1WIN victory. Let's see if it comes into fruition, though. Boomage with a good opener, repositions towards the ramp, still holding an aggressive angle, but not too deep to get exposed. He can just fire one shot and then fall back. And any moment now, he should spot, or rather hear, the U2 being used. Receive drop.
Very important, he does go down here, but as he tries to get away, never mind. Burns, and that's a fantastic shot with the P250. Deco, seeing all the util raining on over, the flashes only blind him momentarily. You can see there's a few more flashes, but Drop wants to keep them if they want to push deep towards CT, but the members being cut down. Now the flashes will go high. Safe though, he's the man with the bomb, and he falls, so Drop left completely alone, and Nickelback will just take him down. You could see the idea there. You could see what MIBR wanted to do, but the issue was too many men fell before they got into a position to really take that deep control and put 1WIN under immense pressure.
Yeah, that's the big difference that one kill from Deco makes as well, right? He gets the first one, then stays alive for long enough for Nickelback to arrive. Nickelback peeks and kills the Palace person as well. They just never felt comfortable going for that play. They could, well, didn't get into the position where they could have actually lined up the flash and sent anyone aggressive towards CT. It's a great pistol round for 1WIN. We did point out that, they've won 3 out of their last 4 games here on Mirage. The teams that they were able to best were, of course, Forza, MIBR. I'm really struggling with this one, and I just looked it over. It was Forza, MIBR, and Legacy, I believe, are the teams. Well, not Legacy. That was MIBR. So, Aurora is the name that I'm forgetting about. And we even casted that game, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry for this, Aurora. It was an exciting one.
The only team to take a map off them in the CCT Online Finals 3 so far.
Yeah, and it was a hella exciting one as well. It was a nuke. 1WIN picked into it. It was a, 16-4, 16-5 in favor of Aurora.
16-5 in favor of Aurora.
Crazy.
Dangerous CT side. MIBR spring into action here. And surely are just going to try and hit this B bomb site with that kill.
Travis has got more than 1,000 kills on his Tetrac knife. It was 147 something. Mental.
If they're all legit, fair play. I don't see why you'd be boosting those on a knife, though. But he has been playing the game for quite a while and knows that he is in immediate danger should the pistols push past that smoke. Wants to play a safer position, and probably warranted. Now, the jump will come true as MIBR look to try and get the bomb down. The bomb has been dropped. Boomage, he doesn't find a single kill. All of a sudden, MIBR, they have the sight. Nickelback making lots of noise, rotating into position. Deco only has an MP9 as well. So from long range, I know it's against the pistols, but still, if he's not crisp with his taps, this could get very, very difficult, especially if he doesn't clear his angles, gets dinked up, and gets taken down. It is down to a 1v1. Nickelback sprints onto the site, and Drop has repositioned in a great spot. Nickelback caught in the air and just taken down. Somehow, someway, MIBR, in no way, shape, or form, they were meant to win that round, and they've stolen it away.
Yeah, I was completely overlooking the round. We were speaking about a completely different thing, right? And they somehow make the eco work out. They get a 1-for-1 on the player that was aggressive towards TV. Then they just jump out the B-bomb side. The M4 gets caught in a really awkward spray by Travis. It was a really uncomfortable one. I think he was... I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. He was caught in the middle of nowhere. Boomich with an MP9 finds one and he gets refragged 1-for-1. It was such a crazy round. MIBR, they get away with one, and look at what that has done to the economy of 1WIN. And look at the impact on the money of MIBR as well. I mean, they didn't even fully invest into this one. It was an eco. So now they have rifles on everyone and saves on an OP. And he still has 3,500. That was dropped over to him, of course, but still. Deco and his scout might get surprised. Well, it's actually going to be Boomish to walk straight into the big green of safe.
Forrester wants to get up close to drop here. Oh, that's a big kill to find, but risks it. Trying to sprint across and get his hands on the rifle. Gives away that kill for nothing.
They have 2 more here.
Still though, only with pistols. It's going to be tough to clear them out. Rather, find the kill here. Oh, the jump spot from Nickelback. Now he spotted them. Now we need support here from Travis, who claims one with it. 5-7, but that is instant from Insanity. And it is down to just Deco. Once again.
Bomb has been planted.
That is a nice round there from MIBR. They're not caught off guard too much. 1WIN, they tried to be a little bit sneaky with a few of the plays, but it just doesn't work out. And now they're going to be really paying the price for not converting that second round, for letting MIBR out on that B site with just the Glocks.
Yeah. I think that the call has already been made, by the way, by 1WIN on what they're going to push the next round. You notice how Deco just jumped over the scout and he just stuck with the MP9? I'm really looking forward to this now. Because usually you'd see him get the scout. I mean, he's got armor. He's an OPer. It's the more expensive gun. If you're holding on to the MP9, that means that you have something in mind already. Either Boomage or Nickelback has already told you what to do. Looking forward to it, but yeah, you were spot on. MIBR starting off really nicely. This is the start that we wanted to see from them, right? Had it been a 3-0, 4-0 start from 1WIN, we would have started to get worried early on. But now it's looking a lot more competitive, looking like the Brazilians are not ready to give this one away for free. Not that they didn't give away the last map for free either. But it is a good start. MIBR showing that they're quite a prolific force when it comes down to the opening rounds of a map, I want to say, because they won both pistol rounds on the previous map. They won, what, 3 out of 4 pistol rounds in the previous series. And even if they lose the pistol, they are really good with the force buys and the ecos as well.
It's the second time now that 1WIN have flashed deep into ramp. MIBR, I've heard it both times, so maybe conditioning them early on. Look, the rotations coming in over towards B. It's going to be a split here from MIBR. That's what they want to do, but there's going to be so many pistols and the SMG on the site, but they are finding every single kill without any issue whatsoever. Boomich has upgraded at least onto an AK, but he's lost all of his teammates, and surely the round with it as well. If you can save this AK, happy days, but surely the MIBR boys are going to be actively trying to take this rifle out of his hands. Branson might be the man to do it. Actually, Boomich is going to get a whole lot closer to him. USP in hand, just runs right into his demise. 3-1 MIBR. But now we should see 1WIN for the first time really on a gun round. So although it has been looking quite well for the Brazilians, you cannot really judge it. It is way too early. This will give us a better understanding about how this first half might shape up.
Yeah, absolutely. No OP still in the mix, but you have the M4s. Nickelback actually had a really good showing against Aurora the other day, right? We remember how proactive he was towards connector, towards the stairs. He was constantly looking for fights, picking up 1v1s left, right, and center, and winning a lot of them. You wouldn't normally expect him to be that prolific when it comes down to pure firepower, but he was packing a punch against Aurora. Now, obviously, you're up against a bit of a different team here. Not as slow, not as methodical. Maybe you're not as used to their playstyle as you were to the one of Aurora, but MIBR They're gonna go for a straight up play. Sine executes, smokes in, mollies in, flashes in as well. And it's Boomich and Nickelback that have to hold on to that initial take.
Dodges the molly, not gonna burn. Nickelback finds that opening kill. Boomich up on top of the ladder. Flex Insane trying to creep his way through the smoke, but Boomich will get absolutely no more. He's shut down, but still, 1WIN. They're in a really good position to maybe get back to winning ways here after stumbling in the anti-eco. It's a great flash. Nickelback hits a scroll wheel, and that's a big problem, but luckily sets himself for the swing from drop, and the T's are just being ripped apart. Absolutely no issues. Boomich doing a great job on top of the ladder, ready for that little lurch through the smoke from Insaney. That's what MIBR were really banking on. If Insaney's able to come through that smoke, get, you know, maybe one kill and panic 1WIN a little bit, then the ramp players just strike, and that could have been a different round altogether.
Yeah, absolutely. You're banking on the fact that most CTs would expect the ramp players to make first contact, right? Take first point, pretty much. So that's why you're sending Insanity through the smoke. It's a really good angle that Boomich was working with as well, right? He's not technically using the ladder, he's just on top of it. Makes it really hard to spot, and Nickelback, he's really hard to spot behind that smoke. We were talking about him packing a punch. Well, what about this double? And Boomich is still going for more, but Nickelback's just winning every single 1 versus 1. He's absolutely immortal, I say that. He gets tagged down by the Ope of Safe, but still gets to live. Now, Insani, it's a good read. He knows that he's got some space to work with. Boomich got killed on middle. Nickelback was spotted towards window, so surely he had the opening to walk out of the ramp, and he did. Capitalizes on it. You can even see that Forrester's clearing out deep CT, but with the round coming up and proceeding and going further and further, 1WIN, they've cleared out the entire map. They know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, the longer MIBR take, the faster Echo is going to be behind them. They'll boost the player up top stairs. Forrester head down. Does he see Insanity? Yes, he does. And that's going to be a free kill. Now knows exactly where Safe is. The sandwich Deco wanted to get a little bit closer, maybe to go for a knife or something of the likes, but instead wants to confirm the kill and the third round as well for 1WIN. But a great job there from Nickelback, just using that smoke to his advantage. He even gets a third in the end here, and I mean, if you're finding a hat-trick of kills towards middle, it's going to be very difficult for the T-side to get back into things.
Yeah, I can even rephrase that. If you find a triple kill towards middle early on in a buy versus buy round, it's going to be really hard for you to lose the round, because I feel like at this point it's 1WIN's round to lose, right? And MIBR just have nothing that they can do about it. They need to go absolutely crazy. We saw a couple of those rounds on Vertigo. It's a little bit different. Forrester with a great opener, quick boost towards the B apartments. Of course, it's just the pistols. I say just the pistols. We all remember what happened with the Glocks, but I don't think 1WIN's a team that can afford to, well, and I don't think it's a team that will let themselves get exposed to 2 rounds against the pistols in the same half. I like the concept. The good old, okay guys, everyone just go mid and B, and I'm gonna try and run out of pellets in plant A. I don't think it's happening though. Not unless they find a kill on Forrester, that is. Maybe even then they would need the follow-up. I mean, they are close to leaving the A-bomb side. Boomich is alone towards stairs. If they find a kill on Forrester, maybe a bomb plant.
Surely they don't over-rotate too much.
They shouldn't.
Boomich is going to stay there anyway, so it doesn't really matter, I suppose. I don't think Forrester is going to be bested either.
They even re-smoke Palace.
The players have to play first. Jump out. Great shot from Deco. Here come the rotations, but you move a little bit too early and the jig is up. The round is over, and 1WIN find themselves in the lead once again. You need to make sure that those rounds are clean as well. That'll help, of course, in turn. We've seen that in MIBR's game versus Breezy a little bit earlier on today, that the money was just too good on the CT side, and Breezy could not overturn it. It was one of the main reasons that Breezy lost that map as well.
Yeah, that was, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, maybe the slowest MIBR T-side round you ever see in your life. And it was on the eco. They just wanted to make sure that they can do something with it. Boomich, though, he's going to get aggressive towards the ramp. That's the third time. Oh, he's going to go for the deeper one as well. That's the first time he's going for this. But Brano, he was playing anti. Was ready for the peak. Nico back there to secure the safe passage for Boomage. Well, the safe way out of there. There's the respoke towards Palace as well. And Sani hasn't really been able to find too much impact going out of Palace so far. Most of the time it's been Boomage to be aware of his presence. Lining up the Molotov. As the A hit will come through, but Boomage, he's gonna go again. Oh, this is so impudent from him. Surely they're not gonna be ready. They're going for the flash again. Boomage, there's one. Sees the bomb. Does he find a second? Nickelback tries to support, but Safe wins the fight. Bomb will go down regardless, and now Insani needs to activate.
They know he's coming though. They know that he's going to try and lurk out Palace. And everybody has eyes on him. They can't let him peek his way out, and he just fires off a little warning shot, gets spooked by the body. So that lurk is worth nothing. The real danger man is Exit coming up connector. Get to register a kill. And he will get on the board now. Boomage caught out. Short player needs to lend a helping hand. Travis goes down, and Forrester is the only player towards this A site as of right now. Exit's already passed. Forrester collects the first kill, but the refrag is there from Insani. And now it is down to just Echo, who still can't believe that Exit has actually crossed and isn't sure where he is, but eventually he's gonna have to realize he's not in that position. Now, can the crossfire be set up here from Ticket and Sandwich? Still worried, terrified about jungle. Echo drops the smoke and drops out of the round as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the wise decision, right? Even though you look at the CT side money and you're thinking, okay, even if he goes for it and, well, he goes down, he's still going to be able to rebuy the op. You're thinking about the long game right now, right? You realize this is map 2 of a grand final of this tournament. You just want to play it as safe as possible. There's no need. Maybe if Exit gives him a free 1 versus 1, well, not even maybe. If Exit gives him a free 1 versus 1, then he can go for it. Otherwise, though, it had to be a save. And it is a save because of Exit's insane job coming out of connector. Good aggressive play by Boomage. Finds 2 kills. Drops the bomb. Exit does so much coming out of connector, though. Massive double from him. Just like that, MIBR leveled things up once again. They're going to go for another reinvestment. But once again, in comparison to the previous map, we have the team on the CT side, after losing a round actually, having a little bit more money and a significantly better buy. Safe is still on a scout, and Forrester is going to go on top of the short fence. Secure middle. Confirm that no one's out there from MIBR. And that just gives more freedom to Deco. He was thinking about going for a deeper angle, and he will eventually. He just wanted to make sure that there wasn't any funky timings that an MIBR player could have gotten to cross towards the right-hand side, towards the kitchen. Now he's going to start going forward, and they are lining up for a bit of a B play from what I can see. This could be really dangerous for the Brazilians if they're not careful.
Be really dangerous for Deco as well. I mean, he's up extremely close. Drop might just try and walk in. He is just patiently waiting. Deco actually gets out of harm's way as of right now, and if he gets set up perfectly, that could be massive. Now, expecting that it's going to be middle.
So awful.
Yeah, the execute's coming in. Deco's rotated away. He doesn't quite realise it. Now he's realised his mistake. They're already out. Deco caught out in the open. Forrester goes down for Deco's mistakes. MIBR, they have a bomb site and they have the round as well. This is the save. Deco has got it completely wrong there.
Yeah, absolutely. And for a second there, I was actually going to commend him. I thought that he realized they could be gathering right in front of him, and that's why he fell back. I didn't realize he was trying to get out of the apartments to flash middle. But 1WIN, I think they just got a little bit, well, not panicked, but maybe overzealous there, right? They wanted to go for the middle fight, but Deco was, I believe, the only one that had a flash. So they had to wait for him to get out of the B apartments, leave the B bomb site completely, and then flash middle for them in order for them to peek and fight mid-round, right? But he made so much noise. The moment that MIBR hear the steps, they just instantly trigger the execute. Boom. It's a free B-bomb site. You get 1 kill onto Forrester through a smoke as well. And the round is yours. 1WIN had to call off the safe in a 4 versus 5. And as you pointed out, it was just really unfortunate. A tactical timeout now. I'm sure that 1WIN are going to be really unhappy with the way that they lost this previous round.
I mean, sometimes you just get it wrong, and that's you know, it's nobody's fault. You try and make a read.
You wouldn't classify this as a massive misplay, right? You couldn't, even if you wanted to.
you just get it wrong sometimes. That's all it is. It comes down to you can't, have the perfect read or be perfectly set up for every play that your opponent's going to be throwing at you. And at least they're not punished, super harshly. They keep 4 players alive. They call it a day. They realize, all right, you know what, we're bested. Let's just, save, bring these 4 rifles into the next round. We'll have another bash at it and hope that we can do better in the next round. But yeah, a little just tactical timeout maybe called there just to kind of reiterate that point that, all right, we got a little bit unlucky there. Nickelback jumping towards under. He's been spotted. He's been fragged. Well, tagged down. Not fragged just yet. I want to try and get out of here though. Boomich is under pressure towards A as the T's are looking to sprint on out. And Nickelback has to try and get back to help out Boomich. Flash in. Exit out of Palace. Boomich is down. And the A bomb site might have just fallen. Deco will not get more than one. There's so many players. There's so many bodies here from the CTs. And they just keep peeking right into MIBR who have barely moved a muscle. They all sit on Tetris. The peaks just keep coming in. And the fights keep going in favour of the Brazilians.
Yeah, that was such an expert change of tempo by MIBR as soon as they go out of the ramp, right? Because they spot Boomich. They realize they've caught him in transition. He was really uncomfortable. So they just wait. They just freeze. You saw how Nickelback just goes out and is not aware of Palace being a possibility whatsoever. Well, it's not that he's not aware. He is. He was just too afraid to let Boomich go down for nothing, though, right? I mean, he just wanted to go for the hero play, save his teammate's life and maybe fight alongside him, and that was what MIBR were waiting for. You see a player like Boomich just crossing and being so uncomfortable towards the back of the site, you know that 1WIN would try and do something to assist him in a way, right? If it's going to be a flash, if it's going to be a peek from somewhere, MIBR just pause for a second, wait for Nickelback, get the kill. After that, it was, well, like stealing candy from a baby pretty much. Not that it's a nice thing to do. Surely isn't. We've never done it, Jack. And your silence is not really helping my thesis here. And making everyone believe that it was a joke.
I'm just pondering right now. I'm just considering now.
At my joke or at the game?
No, at the game. I'm just thinking, how do 1WIN be happy about this first half? How do they kind of stop MIBR?
Oh, I think they're happy if they get all rounds until the end of it. Otherwise, I would say that MIBR have done their job. Yet to find out though. Another buy coming up for the CT side. Hope for the main man. MP9 for Boomich. A couple M4s for the rest. MIBR have been calling a really good T side so far though. Some great calls, great timings, really diligent approaches to certain scenarios. Quite the opposite of what we know Brazilian teams about, right? I mean, we're usually praising them for their high individual skill and explosiveness and all of that. MIBR have been playing a fairly patient T side so far, Mirage. I've actually liked it. They've looked fairly solid. Of course, they've caught a couple timings, but overall, it's been fine. Deku sees the player, recognizes that this might have been a run boost, and now he's going to get the confirmation as well. Late mid retake from the T's, and Deku's still looking to challenge.
Oh, it's a great flash, but it doesn't matter. Safe. Flicks his mouse. When he comes to his senses, he sees he's picked up a kill. Boomich flashed in towards the ramp once again, and Insaney. He's going to be the next man to fall, so 1WIN, they're keeping themselves in with at least a chance, at least with an opportunity. But Travis has rotated away from B here, wants to go aggressive in towards jungle to see if he can spot any of the players out. Needs to be so careful. Doesn't realise the drop is boosted, and if drop peeks now, he could catch Travis in the back. Spotted out. There's the headshot. Forrester falls, and the B bomb site is open for business for MIBR. They have little time left on the clock, but it won't matter. This is another MIBR round for sure. 1WIN. They've gone a bit stale in the last few rounds, for sure. They've had buys upon buys upon buys, but they just haven't been able to do anything with them.
I'm not going to be surprised if we even see a tactical timeout from 1WIN after this round, by the way. It's been going against them quite literally. And it's nothing like Vertigo, right? It's not like MIBR getting away with the sickest 1 versus 4s, 1v3, insane clutches, man, disadvantaged rounds that they convert. MIBR are straight about playing 1-1 right now. It's been a great D-side that they've called, and I actually feel like there is a little bit of a pattern in 1WIN's or in MIBR's D-side that maybe 1WIN could notice soon. I'm not sure if it's going to be too late though, but most of the time, if you see Insani alone towards the ramp, it's not an A play. Most of the time, if it's going to be an A finish, he will start Palace, right? And this is something that's been going on for a couple rounds now. I feel like you see Insani towards ramp, it's a mid B play or simply a B play. Didn't really click in this scenario. I mean, Boomich gets the kill and they still rotate another person towards Jungle. They were 100% sold on the fact that he'd just be lurking and it could still be an A split. Tactical timeout comes in as predicted. Hooch will try and help out. Something interesting, by the way, that we did mention a couple days ago, but doesn't really pain to say it again. Hooch, considering that he is the third big brain of the team alongside Boomich and Nickelback, he's had the chance to play with both of them on EPG, which was his last professional team as a player, as an active player. A couple other familiar names that he's played alongside with in this team were Yekindar and Alien. Boomich does go for an aggressive peek towards middle, but Insani there for the shutdown.
Echo, feet spotted, safe, puts a bullet in them, but not able to get anything more than a kill. But MIBR, they're just finding frags absolutely everywhere, all across the map. Individual plays just working out, finding timings, finding gaps. 1WIN scrambling once again to try and get a foothold in this map, which looks like it's not going to come, not in this half anyway. Travis gets a nice little upgrade for his troubles, but he is being troubled. His team are in so much trouble. They wanted this one done in 2. They wanted a quick night and the championship in the bag, but doesn't look like it's going to be an easy day whatsoever, especially with MIBR's CT side coming up. We have to think and we have to consider. Need to see Deco on an AWP. Haven't really seen all that much from him. But it is difficult when, you know, the funds just aren't there. When you just don't have the money to bring it out, what is he meant to do? It's a pretty similar story to what we did see when they took on Aurora, right? I mean, it was T side of Nuke. You know, they got absolutely destroyed on it. And then on the CT side, we've seen him with the op, I believe once.
Yeah, I think it was once that he actually get to make contact with it, and then there was one more round in which he either saved or they just killed him from behind and he couldn't really play with it.
That seems like it is the win condition right now for 1WIN, is get Echo fragging, get him back up to speed in this game. They need
relit the fire, absolutely, and you are looking at him, right? I mean, highest rated player going into the grand final, highest rated into the tournament, of course, but we were having a lot of concerns about Safe and whether he's going to be able to hold his own against Deku. So far on Mirage, even considering he's D-side, Safe has been able to do so, and he does it again. Deku goes down straight away, deleted by Safe. And Safe doesn't need to go huge with a 20 and 5 right now on the D-side. If he keeps on holding Deku back and down, he's done his part. His teammates can finish it off. Forrester, they end up close on the other side of this smoke. This could be the round that just makes this one look really dominant. It already is. You get a 9-4 with a reset to the CT side economy. You're looking at double digits T-side Mirage. That could be a great recovery for MIBR. They've just looked fantastic. Surely not like a team that wants to go down in 2. They want to play at least the 3rd map here. I say at least. It is the maximum, but maybe some OTs in the mix as well. It is going to be an A play, though, for MIBR, and it's Nickelback and his trustworthy Boomich to try and hold on to it. They're all alone. Everyone else is on the other side of the map, so it either goes in their favor or it's 9 MIBR.
Boomich wants to get close. Wants to try and play in the smoke, dodging the bullets nicely. If he gets tagged, he will be heard. He's blocked one of them. Now sitting, looking for safe passage, but his feet spotted. Nickelback goes down as well in the meantime, and that round is over. Done and dusted. MIBR, they do have 9. And 1WIN, nothing has gone right for them at all in this first half. MIBR really showing their teeth right now. Showing that, you know, a lot of people would have given them little to no chance against 1WIN. But how competitive, you know, the first map was. Now to a 9-4 lead on Mirage. You'd be a fool not to give them a chance of taking this entire series.
Wow. When you have Jack pulling out the F word, you know shit's hit the fan. Yeah, I'm talking about fool.
Of course.
Yeah.
Which it would be. They're playing well. Travis, he's dead. Forrester collects 1 kill. Nearly actually found another one through the gap there. But you're only saving 1 rifle. It's not an op. You've got no money, or little to no money. Actually, I've just completely lied there.
Yeah, they did have the maximum loss bonus, and Nickelback had like 3,400 or whatever.
Yeah, I didn't realize Nickelback had 3,400, so that's where the AWP is coming from.
For a second, I thought that the 3,000 because everyone was around that margin, I guess, bar boomage. I thought that was the money post loss bonus as well. I got a little bit confused. But look at that angle from Brano. Nickelback, everyone knows about this angle. Everyone is holding it, but no one expects to be shut down from it. A massive pickup, and this is just awful for Nickelback. That was one of the M4s. Look at how they're going down. Forrester through the smoke. Dropped by, well, the man himself. A 5v3 early on, and what can you really do about it? I mean, Deku hasn't really had a chance to get a pickup of this round, and he might actually have to hold on to the AVP into the next round. Travis is all alone, and there's 5 people headed towards his direction.
Travis needs to put up a defense on his own, and he's only able to collect a single kill. I mean, talk about being unlucky in a round. Was he even spotted there? I'm not sure. I don't believe Exit seen him.
Yeah, unfortunately, Travis is up against the Sicko Boy, which is kind of ironic. But Insani's been crazy. Nice shot by Deku. At least gonna enable Boomage to hold on to that rifle, I think. Even though Boomage is still going forward. He's gonna try and get the AWP, I think. Does win the fight, but it's gonna cost him his life. Exit shuts him down. That's gonna be 10 on the board for MIBR. Looking like a tough team now. And as you love saying, Jack, how have the turns tabled?
How have the turns tabled, man? This is an incredible performance from MIBR. You know, I was expecting them to come back and have a little bit of fight in them, man, but I wasn't expecting them to come out and steal the entire show.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? This is what we talked about on Vertigo. You're never going to be anticipating MIBR. You're never expect them to be the better Vertigo team out of the two, right? You don't think that their playbook's going to be deeper, their decision-making, their protocols. None of that is going to be better than 1WIN. 1WIN is one of the best Vertigo teams in the Tier 2 space, right? So the sheer fact that MIBR were able to, on the back of individual plays, confidence, and whatever crazy stars and goals they've prayed to, get 11 rounds out of such a dominant showing, I'd say, tactically from 1WIN on map 1, that surely has to stand for something. And now we get into their map pick. I dare to say it's looking even more dominant than the Vertigo did, even when 1WIN were storming MIBR, and they're on the D side still.
You have to feel a little bit for 1WIN in that last round, though. That was just very unfortunate to lose 2 players the way that they did. You know, one through a smoke, one through the box. Like, that's just an unlucky round. There's not a lot that you can really do in terms of play that one a little bit different. So they did get unlucky in that regard, but other than that, the rounds have pretty much been a mismatch. Pressure being put towards the A site as the A split looks to come on through. Nickelback is going to try and stop them up connector. Travis needs to be the man to help out. If they sit and fade this smoke. Yeah, it's not, but all good having the right setup. You need to find the kills, and the SMG up close. Smoke fades up, remember, so the AKs surely are going to see Nickelback first. Smoke lands, tags them. Never mind, there's a chance for Nickelback, but that's taken away. Deco on the site, connects on the first. Now under pressure surely from the Palace player, but His teammate's going to be holding for him. Looks towards the ramp. He's off the mark with the shot. Boomich pushes in, collects an AK. Forrester now strikes behind, drops the bomb at least. Exit. It's down to just him as 1WIN look to finish at least with a final round, and they might have just done so. Yes, they will. Exit walks right into the open arms of Travis, who welcomes him. Thankfully, they will at least get 5 on this CT side. It ain't pretty, but at least it's something.
Yeah, absolutely. They just did enough to buy time for Forrester to arrive towards jungle. They weren't ready for a fourth player towards that A-bomb side. Even though Nickelback doesn't get a single kill, they spot the short player. They see the op of Deku close up Ram. They know about Boomage in towards Palace, so they were never going to be ready for Forrester to be in jungle already. For a 5th person to have his eyes set on that A-bomb side. But as you pointed out, it's a bit of a silver lining. You get 5 rounds. You're still the 1xbet favorite as well. But those odds were a lot more one-sided at the start of this map. MIBR, they've made it competitive. They've made it close. They are making a bit of a statement. And let me remind you, Jack, because this is just lining up to be a little bit too perfect. And, you know, I don't really believe in that. I don't really believe in things like that. But I must say, I did bring that point up on the previous map. The last time MIBR did win an online international tournament, or an international tournament of any sort, in fact, was the CCT Central European Series 1, the very first one, on the 4th of September, more than an year ago. And they did win against 1WIN in the grand final. It was a 2-1 victory. It was obviously a completely different MIBR, a completely different 1WIN. The only 2 standing members of 1WIN from that point are Travis and Deco, of course. And MIBR were a completely different lineup as well. But that's just how history works sometimes. Maybe it's written in the stars. Who knows?
Maybe it is. Or maybe it's 1WIN's chance to get revenge. Pistol. Great place to start. Insanely. Nice headshot, but he's caught with so many players looking at him. Refrag almost instantly. Great shot from Travis, and they get control of CT, which is absolutely massive in terms of this round. They don't have any flashes to go a little bit deeper. There's 2 players making their way in, and Travis and Boomich, they want to fight this one head on. They're just going to swing wide. Boomich finds that kill and drop. Now feeling lots of pressure, but still coming away with the kills. The quick switch over to the USP, but not enough to take down Deco. And Burnson, once he drops, he gives away his spot. Forrester sees him turned around, bullet to the back of the head, and 1WIN. Now, can they get back to winning ways? Both pistols in their favour on Mirage. Need to make sure if MIBR do force this, it looks like they will, they don't get caught off, because that has been, you know, kind of a recurring theme so far.
Yeah.
Is that these rounds have been dangerous for both sides.
Yeah, they have been. They have been very, very dangerous. Both teams' conversions have been, well, all over the place when they win the pistol round, which is a bit surprising, but, you know, it is what it is in the end of the day. And Safe opens things up on Nickelback. There goes the first one. Swing through the smoke. Forrester, good for 1, but Insanity drops him on the deke. They are still picking up the fights. Look at the up-close ramp. I'm not sure if they're going to be ready for this. Deco might get caught off guard, and he's got the bomb on his back. Is he going to clear it out? Nade in hand. It's really scrappy. It's all over the place. And Brenna will drop him in the end of the day. What a pickup by the Digo. Drops goals. Nuclear. Insanity with another. And just like that, it's the pistols again to lead to full detriment for 1WIN.
Oh, man. You couldn't write these. You couldn't write these rounds, man. Honest to God.
Even if you tried to. Even if you... Steven Spielberg couldn't.
You'd say it's too unrealistic that nearly every conversion round. I think that is every conversion round hasn't gone their way. The team that won the pistol. It's at least 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
And now it's down to Deagles for 1WIN. They force back in retaliation.
Could be made the same point that those are newer teams in terms of the fact that they haven't played together for such a long time. I guess 1WIN is the most experienced one, so that makes it quite precarious that their conversion against pistols has been that troublesome. Most of the time, you're going to see that happening to new teams, right? Because you don't really have the protocols in check yet, and that's why you can let go when you see teams like Breezy, like MIBR even lose against those pistols. When it happens to 1WIN, though, it makes us feel a little bit odd. Let's see if they're going to be able to return the favor, though. 5 Deagles in the mix. We know that they're able to back a punch as well with the little pistols. Oh, for pistols, they're actually quite huge, but yeah. Small weapons.
Small weapons would probably be the better way to describe them, for sure. Safe. Collects the first kill of the round with 30 seconds to go. As now the Eagles try and swing out onto the site. Exit. Forrester is collected too. Exit needs to put up a wall, put up a defense all by himself. Forrester looking for another one to add to his tally, and he has done exactly that. Travis with a headshot. Drop is down, and it's all onto Burns. And rifle recovered. Oh, Travis with the bomb. Forrester needs to collect the kill, and he's traded it out. Forrester with 4 answers back for 1WIN. And MIBR, man, I mean, they can't believe it. They worked so hard with the Deagles to win that previous round, only for the exact same thing to happen once again. The Force by Wars, they're going to continue, Ted. They're going to go back and forth. Who's going to come out on top? Don't ask me, because I have no idea.
Yeah, they needed someone to relight the fire. We did mention that in the first half, and it comes down to Forrester. In the Force buy with the Deke, he does find a quad K. Well, the final one was with the M4, but every single one before that was sheer skill from the pistol. And MIBR, they've seen enough. They don't want to go on forever with those Force by Wars, and understandably enough, right? They're on the CT side. They're going to be the ones to suffer the most if they end up losing. Oh, Forrester does spot Insani. This one should be quite a free round here for the T side though, and it's Forrester just farming up the cash, turning around, getting some kills. Nice shot by Drop, but it's just going to be this and nothing more for the side of MIBR. 1WIN at least bounce back in a minor way here. Well, I say minor, quite a major way to bounce back for Forrester. Let's see if he's going to be able to hold on to that good form when it comes down to facing off against the rifles as well.
This is an interesting call because MIBR, they saved that round, but the loss bonus isn't fantastic. It's not perfect.
Yeah.
They still have plenty of util on a lot of players. It's only really Exit and Burnson that are kind of suffering, but there's a severe lack of a kit on MIBR, which if it gets down to 1WIN on the bomb site, the retake needs to be fast unless it's going to be a save. So you can probably bet your bottom dollar that if MIBR lose a bomb site without, keeping competitive in the round, it will be the save for sure. It looks like it's going to be the B play here. There's going to be 2 players there, a 3rd player now rotating over. I don't believe Drop spotted anybody just yet. He's asking for the boost as of right now. Burnson's half HP, and actually Burnson's going to be the man put up. He's going to be spotted though. There's the nades raining in, gets out of harm's way just for now. Nickelback on the entry, needs to collect at least the first. Burnson with a double though, and now gets away to safety. But look at Boomich, already up B-box. But they know, safe swings, a great headshot. The bomb has to go back as Travis has found a little gap and now can lock up these rotations surely, but he doesn't realise that A is completely clear. And if Insani gets the right timing, he could catch the bomb. He's here in Deco, and Deco has absolutely no idea. But it doesn't matter. What a shot.
No way.
He's found it. Exit.
No way.
Misses his chance as well.
Look at Travis.
Needed more. Absolutely needed more. Deco blinded by the flashbang, 30 seconds. Here's safe. There's the headshot though.
No way,
Deco,
right?
He needs to be perfect. It's so difficult for him to win this round. He's going to try though. Peak top ticket down towards connector. He'll see nothing but the swing out surely. No, there's 2 players on his screen and that was never going to happen. MIBR, they snatched that one out of the hands of 1WIN. A great hold on B, truth be told. Burns him with the double just to stop that initial play. If he doesn't get 2 there, he goes down with even a 1-for-1. There's going to be so many 1WIN bodies all around that B bomb site, and I don't think there's a way that MIBR retake it.
No, absolutely not. And some great communication and awareness by Safe as well to clear out Boomich, right? Because he had crossed towards S-Tag. There is a really good, or towards Modi, sorry, but there is a really good chance that a player rotating from Kitchen as his teammate towards the side is a little bit panicked. He's just found a double, but he's hiding behind the smoke. There could be more pushing. There is a good chance that they just overlook this as a possibility, right? Because no one's seen Boomich beforehand. Still gets the kill. And still Deku somehow manages to make it a winnable round. If only Travis was able to win that fight in CT, but you never know what would have happened. What happened indeed was a round for MIBR. 4 rounds in the lead again. 4 rounds away from closing out their map pick and sending us to a 3rd. Testing 1WIN to their limit.
Monstrous round here for both sides as the stakes are very, very high indeed. Boomich holding the line. And he's the only man towards top middle. He's bested by Safe. And just the sheer numbers there towards top middle weren't enough to hold on. Image on his own, can't really get up to much. But look at this. Nickelback and Travis, they've combined, they've got together. They're already out towards B. They just don't have the bomb, but they need to just dump their util just to make sure that the CTs don't retake it. This is a massive fight though. Forrester needs to go looking for the bomb, needs to be ready for Safe, and he is. It's a great kill. They're going to lurk out Palace, and the kills just being collected all across the map, but the bomb's dropped. It's worth absolutely nothing, because Burnson has the round in the palm of his hands.
Oh, this is a disaster. They got both bomb sides. They got all the kills, but they just lost the bomb into our Stevie. Deco with a massive kill onto Insani. Now it's 1 versus 3. Breno still has control of the bomb, and he's gonna let it go. He's gonna try and outplay them here. Letting them have the bomb, betting on the fact that they're not gonna have the balls to send it over towards A, and they will come back B eventually, and he's gonna get plenty of time to get into a comfortable position. Nickelback should be ready. Should have this one to the back of his head. Breno, he's been spotted. Travis gooshes him down. Breno still towards the back of the pillar, dancing around, looking for a favorable peek, but all that he will find will be the headshot from Travis's M4. 9 rounds on the board, 1 win. Will they honestly get away with one here?
I mean, Burnson did very well to drop the bomb there. If Deco doesn't lurk through that con smoke and find that kill onto Insani, we've got a completely different round. And the same way, I mean, if Burnson doesn't, if he finds that insta kill onto Nickelback, swinging out of the apartments, or swinging to the open window, that's completely different. Completely different. Yeah. Completely different. But he doesn't. He's not instant on the shot. Now it's down to just pistols on MIBR, and they don't really have a lot of money either. They were on minimum loss bonus going into this round, 1900 after this one, so it's not going to be enough to field the buy next time around either. This is 1WIN's ticket back into this game.
Still doesn't feel like a sure thing though, especially because of the rounds that we've seen so far in this series and in this tournament in general. 1WIN haven't really been able to convert too successfully under those circumstances, even though, as you pointed out, we're probably going to see 2 half buys in a row from the CT side, and 1WIN know it. And I like that a lot more, by the way. Just switching things up a little bit for the anti-eco. Go for an A execute. Smokes in, mollies in. You make sure that you're not letting or leaving the stone unchecked, unturned. Everything's going to be cleared out. Bomb site secured. C4 to get planted any moment now. That's going to be 12-10 in favor of MIBR, but 1WIN, they're starting to get closer and closer. As you pointed out, next round is not a full buy, so perfect case scenario, we could be looking at a 12-11 game. Of course, perfect case scenario for 1WIN.
Perfect case scenario does not factor in the Eagles, the Deagle dominance that we've been seeing throughout this series. So, it may look on paper that 1WIN should get on to 11, no questions asked, but there will be questions asked. Let me just put your mind at ease. 100% MIBR are going to be asking all the questions.
Oh, there's 10. We are still, by the way, something that I wanted to bring up. We are still in the midst of waiting for someone to relit the fire in a way. Forrester's the only one that has been kind of stepping up over everyone else, right? And right now, if you want this comeback to happen for 1WIN, you need to call a really good T side, which so far, I think they've been doing a pretty solid job at. And 2, you need someone else to support Forrester, right? You either need to see glimpses of that brilliance that we saw from Boomage on Vertigo, or you gotta see Deco pack a punch as well. He hasn't been having a bad map, but by his standards, it's been a bit quiet. Forrester, of course, doing a really good job, and to be fair to them, everyone else has been playing up to the same level pretty much, so it does add up to a pretty competitive one because of that. And let's not forget that major winning Na'Vi a couple years ago was one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world on Mirage. So Boomage is quite familiar with calling on this map. Of course, the meta's changed a bit, but it's Mirage. You never forget how to ride it. It's like riding a bike. You become a master at it once, it's going to stay with you your entire life, and it does look like this will be one of the cleanest anti-ecos we've seen so far. 1WIN headed towards that B bomb site, and the A stack is in play for MIBR.
Oh, safe, I believe, has just spotted Boomich there. Wants to try and get a whole lot closer. Boomich will not get caught off guard though. He had a little bit of a timing maybe to work with to find a kill, but that timing just snatched away. It's 11 on the board.
Ooh.
For sure. Even with that impressive deagle shot once again from Burnson.
I mean, if they're able to get their hands on the rifle, that's actually a good round. As you pointed out, loss bonus wasn't great. Money's going to be fine going into the next one, but one bonus AK is not really going to hurt you.
Issue is it's been juggled away from them, so it's just a little bit too far gone for them to get their hands on it.
Did you see that Norbert clip, by the way? Where he drops, it was from the VP against G2 game in EPL. He throws the AK over on top of the B-bomb side, on top of the box next to the self-boost. And then there was two players from G2 Saban in CT spawn, like in spawn, exactly where the spawn zone area is. And then the bomb goes off, and Diop flies all the way to CT spawn, and it drops right in front of them, and they save it. And poor Norbert was just trying to make sure that they don't run inside of, because they weren't exiting kitchen. They were exiting short and B-apps. So he was trying to make sure that no one jumps in from kitchen and takes the open and picks it up later on. He kind of delivered it to them. That was wild.
I didn't see that, actually.
I'm gonna show it to you. That's one crazy clip, man. And there was, by the way, there was people that did say that Norbert did the wrong thing dropping the op there, because it made a lot of sense for it to go in CT spawn because of the bomb.
Okay. I'll have the lotto numbers as well, please, when you're ready.
Yeah. Well, it's all mathematics. You know how it is. Thank God we got, well, not Twitter, X. We got X, yeah.
Always
one
good
technical
for a few
pause
clips.
later, though. Oh, yeah. It is great.
Now, will there be some clips highlighted in this one as we get down to the business end? 1WIN looking to get it done into MIBR. Let's not forget, they need to win this to stay alive in this grand final as things begin to heat up. Boomich taking a little bit of damage through that smoke. Nothing to be overly concerned or cautious about. But 1WIN, they want to gain control here. They want to get somebody in towards the window, or at least on the ledge, and Boomich is just going to stay here. He could be a problem later on in the round.
Exactly. Yeah, you want to take point first towards the A-bomb side. Problem is, the bomb is still dropped in T-spawn, so even if you take contact, eventually Forrester will have to run back and pick the C4 up. But Boomich, he strikes down Insani. That's a massive timing that he's got.
Boomich is going to be the man to go back and get the bomb. Safe, look at the damage done. His teammate exit is down, and Safe might be looking for an exit out of this round. Yeah, completely. Absolutely. No chance for MIBR. They lost 2 initial fights. Safe is too low. Round is done and dusted. Great call there from 1WIN. And great initial play there. Boomich, he went a little bit earlier than I expected. But that position, if you can get somebody just on that ledge there, it is so powerful, because they can go for a lurk later on in the round. They can maybe try and catch a timing, and that's exactly what happened. Exactly what went wrong for MIBR. Just lost too much control too early on, and now we're level. And it might go from bad to worse here. I mean, Nickelback, he wants a kill. He wants to take a weapon or two away if he can. And he's got backup as well. It's not just him completely alone. He's going to wait for Forrester and Boomich to get a little bit closer. Their money's okay. They can actually actively hunt here. Drop up close. Nickelback's not going to clear it. Forrester needs to get the trade, and does. Burnson now in hot water indeed. The HE saves him for now. Surely Boomich will be able to take him there, spamming away, and both fall.
They all go down.
There's nothing saved, nothing at all, and there's nothing in the bank accounts for MIBR. 1WIN might have just turned the tide in this game massively.
This is absolutely crazy. MIBR go for a tactical timeout on the back of it, and I don't fault them. There's the replay. A massive timing play from Boomich. I think he waited for the connector players to make a little bit of noise as well to open up that space for himself. Those skills, though, this is absolutely crazy. 1WIN not only have just leveled things up, not only they've been able to come back from a 4-round deficit and tie up the game, but they've just reset the economy of MIBR. They've made them go for another tactical timeout just 5 rounds ago that looked like a free one for MIBR. Or maybe not free, but it surely did look like a third map. And I don't know about that anymore. 1WIN, they've been able to bounce back on that T side massively. And we did talk about Boomich. We did talk about Deco. Yes, maybe the quantity wasn't there for Boomich in this previous round, but the quality sure was. That was a massive play from the IGL captain. And 1WIN, suddenly, you're in with a chance to win the tournament here and now. Oh, he's just getting fired up, is he?
Boomich just finds Burns in absolute no man's land there with a deagle. Just a quick, easy, and free kill for him. And even though it is on a weak buy, you want to be at least, you know, causing a problem. At least, you know, making 1WIN think, force them maybe into a little bit of a mistake. But the advantage that they gain instantly makes them feel 10 times more comfortable. And the advantage just continues to grow. Another one found. And there's only pistols left in the equation, and the AKs are just going to slowly but surely neutralize them all across the board. This is 1WIN taking the lead, and this is MIBR now 3 rounds away from runners-up medal at the CCT Online Finals 3.
This is so scary. Exit. But a good shot should be going down any moment now, though. And there goes Deco. He's going to finish him off. The entire tempo, the entire, I guess, atmosphere of the game changes massively, though, right? Right now, a couple rounds ago, we see MIBR bring out the pistols. We were worried for 1WIN's chances to convert with the guns against him, right? Now they win a couple clean rounds as well. Look at the money on 1WIN. That's not the money of the team that we were looking at only 3-4 rounds ago. And suddenly you're 1WIN. You started winning convincing rounds. You are thinking that you're back in the driver's seat, and you are. You are thinking it because it's true. A bit of a boost from Diop here on the side of MIBR, but you need to make this round work. And Deco, he's found himself a gap drop. Should be aware of the possibility. If he goes for a peek, he would be leaving that B-bomb side completely compromised. Even with Brando's rotation drop, needs to really think about it if he wants to go for a swing, and he's going to drop down to safety.
2 nades spotted there, so you know there's 2 players B for sure. Deco retreats away. The open ladder as well. So MIBR actually set up quite nicely for this. Boomich, I don't know if he knows he's a player in ladder. Now he definitely does. Molly down.
They should play B. Safe's isolated.
Not completely on his own. There's an AK on top of his head. Boomich finds that kill onto Insanity. They jump out to try and take back the site, but it's already compromised. 1WIN are absolutely all over that bomb site, all over this round. And MIBR, if they don't save, this game might be all over.
It could be all over. Even if they save, it could be all over. Boomich has been calling a masterpiece of a D side in the last couple rounds. That was such a smart and reactive play, right? I mean, they sent Deco all alone towards B early on to look for an opening. He spots 2 HEs. Then they slow it down. And I love the fact that they slow it down. They realize if MIBR go for the double HE mid-round and that late into the round, they recognize the fact that they're giving away the whereabouts of 2 players. So there is a good chance that on the back of the double HEs and not seeing a reaction, they're going to rotate someone back, or there is someone toward short. Boomich spots safe, tags him down, they molly him off, they isolate him, and they take him down. This is your part of the equation. Exit needs to stay alive, but Deku takes him down as well. Deku's not even going to carry on a gun going into the round. I don't think he gives a damn. I don't think he really cares about it. They've just gotten the round, gotten up to 14. They've gotten every single gun out of the hands of MIBR. You look at the money, it's maximal loss bonus, yes, but the only one that could fathom going for an M4 is Exit. And now you have to make the decision. Do you go for the force buy? Do you bring out the big MP9s, the Famouses, the lack of util, the lack of defuse kits, and the 1M4 on Exit? Or you half buy it and hope, pray with all your heart that the pistols could do it for you one more time?
You need to hope it's the pistols. I mean, it's too close. You know, even if you do give up a 15-12, it's only 3 rounds. It's not that much. It's not that much. You can win 3 rounds in a row. Although it's not looking likely. 1WIN, you know, they really have their foot on the gas right now. But 3 rounds in the grand scheme of things isn't all that big. saying he trying it. Ain't fortunate with the Deagle spam. Boomich already up short. Drop.
Yeah.
Now under all kinds of pressure, and he is on an island right now. He has no support whatsoever. Once again, 1WIN. They just take that bomb site with ease.
Yeah, they've just called a Magnolia on them at 14-12 in the grand final of a tournament, by the way. I just want to bring that up. They just did the ultimate Russian face-it round on them in such a fashion, and they made it work. That was great. I mean, you make it look like a free round. This is what they needed, right? You don't need this round to be scrappy. The last couple rounds have been so dominant for 1WIN, and this game has shifted completely. It's such a different game than it was a couple rounds ago. 1WIN, one of the few teams that we haven't seen bleed in the tournament yet. They haven't dropped, well, they have dropped. They've dropped one map. They haven't dropped a single map after the upper bracket quarterfinals. 2-1 victory against Shark in the first round. 2-1 against Aurora in their closest game, and they still won the two maps that they did in a 16-12, 16-9 fashion. 2-1 against MIBR in the upper bracket final to send them down that lower bracket. To send them right into the open arms of Preezy, where MIBR stumbled upon a real challenge, but were able to take the Danes down for a rematch. And all of that could end up with another 2-0 in the trophy for 1WIN. All or nothing. MIBR, they gotta play their hearts out.
Oh, Boom is playing this one so passively though. Here comes the swing. Safe needs to find that kill and does. Advantage game, but look at Nickelback here. He can catch them on the retreat. He can catch Safe out in no man's land, which he has exactly done. The smoke hits him, but he gets away through under to safety. It's a fair fight. It's a level fight, but that always favours the T side in this scenario. However, what does favour MIBR is if you decide to go towards B, there's going to be 3 players here. 2 players towards short, 1 on the back of the site. But 1WIN, they're going to explore their options out towards middle. They're looking for any piece of the puzzle that they can put together, which would result in the game, in the series, and the tournament as well.
You can tell no one wants to be the one to make the big mistake in this round for MIBR, but they have the right idea. They have 3 people set up towards the B-bomb side, and Deku's the one leading the charge. He's not going to get challenged by Connector, by Jungo, by A, but he needs to find the kills. Nickelback goes down to the M4 of drop. Deku still holding the angle, still anticipating that P coming out of Ticket, but in the meantime, he's lost every single teammate that he's got to support him. Another kill going in favor of the Brazilians. As they say, not yet. We're not going to go down. It's a 1 versus 4 required with 20 seconds, but surely even for a player of the caliber of Deku, even with the level of play we've been seeing from him, it will not happen. Drop shuts him down, 15-13. MIBR stay alive for at least 1 more.
That's 1. That is 1. 3 needed. You've got 1. And it was relatively simple. It was relatively straightforward. You played it well. Good call, getting aggressive towards middle. Boomich didn't stand a chance. Yeah, you get traded back, but you still have yourself in good positions. You had the correct call. You had the right read. 1WIN, they've been targeting this speed bomb site, and you know that. So you have 3 players there to deal with it. Few kills on short, and absolutely no problems. But it's still going to be a tough task. Boomich on an AWP here. He's going for that mid peak. He's going for it early. He wants that man advantage, and he backs himself to try and get it.
The same thing, by the way. Breno's the one holding the op, and oh no, he doesn't have the spawn. Safe's playing on the rifle this round.
Oh, whisker away, but Nickelback won't be. It's an insta headshot. Deco finds Burns and a second onto exit as well, and that might be MIBR's exit out of the tournament. Safe and drop. The 2 X-Furia boys now have to be fast and furious to get up towards 8 and try and deny 1WIN from their crown. But it's a very tall order. Safe at least collects a single kill, but Deco is on an absolute tear right now. He heats up at the perfect moment, and MIBR, they look cooked. They look done. Will they be taken out of the oven by 1WIN? Safe on the approach. A high-low being played on the site. He's looking for 1, spots the Palace player at least. Molly down, Forster might just swing on through it, and that's what seals it. 1WIN, your CCT online finals 3 champions, and my oh my Ted, do they deserve it.
Absolute banger of a performance from 1WIN, dropping only one map to getting the trophy in the end. A phenomenal performance, one of the most convincing performances we've had by a champion in the CCT Online Finals still, Jack. And I'm really looking forward to watching both those teams at the Global LAN Finals already. I mean, they put up a real show. 16-11 on Vertigo, 16-13 on Mirage, but take nothing away from MIBR, man. That was a crazy showing from them, a really impressive tournament by an MIBR side that has been showing a lot of improvements recently. But yeah, that was about it. I mean, 1WIN, they are your champions. They drop only one map. They bank $100,000. And Jack, sadly, me and you are not going to be able to break this game down. We'll have to send it to our lovely colleagues over at the analyst desk. But it was an absolute pleasure covering this tournament alongside you and this grand final. Well, Neil, Scriv, Alan, take it over, boys.
Yes, indeed. And beautiful stuff from the lads on the cast. I think the real word, actually, to summarize that performance from 1WIN is just class. Just absolute class. As mentioned, they do only lose one map during the tournament, but in that game of Mirage, it looked bad. It was not looking good whatsoever on that first half. A long way down, not looking like the team we know and love, not looking like the team that played yesterday on Mirage and beat MIBR. But towards the end, they cleaned up their act, they got aggressive, they took it right to the face of MIBR, and the form that Deco and Forrester were in the end was absolutely unplayable. And overall, I am so impressed by that performance in the end from the 1WIN lads.
Yeah, I think we're loving what we're seeing from 1WIN, to be honest. Just really great control of the game and of themselves to keep themselves in it. And indeed, as we saw MIBR fighting back a little better, they also kind of had a run towards the tail end of that first half, right, where it looked like maybe 1WIN were going to have a bit too much control. So yeah, I do think that was a really solid performance and just sort of keeping themselves in it after a bit of a reset came in right at the start of that second half. It looked like, okay, maybe this is where MIBR are able to get in, but they themselves found the return, you know, just really well done to stay in the right mindset and just look like a really solid sort of team. The Mirage still needs a bit of work for sure. MIBR doing a much better job here, but as talked about, 1WIN just have this extra edge at the moment and a bit more available in their locker to get them through to indeed a scraped victory.
Just reflecting on the playoffs overall here, Neo, talk me through 1WIN's performance, only dropping that one map. You can't really fault them. It's kind of as clean as can be, isn't it?
Yeah, and also they were playing against such a variety of teams, right? You've got kind of the Sharks coming over from South America, another one of those teams you're talking about, kind of how Legacy had come from South America and how MIBR, right? They've all kind of relocated for the tail end of the year here. And, you know, Sharks are a very different team. And they go into Aurora, who at the start of the year were on a 21 best-of-3 win streak. They were incredible. They've maybe dipped in form, but they're still a very decent team themselves, and obviously kind of domestic rivals for 1WIN. Then they go against Monty, and Monty, with a wealth of experience they've had recently too, they looked like one of the favorites in the entire tournament, especially with those who were left. And again, they make that one look so easy. I think for 1WIN, they've had a really solid run against such a variety of opponents, which shows what level they are at. This team exudes confidence, right? The individuals are really stepping up. Like we said, we kind of came into this, I was talking about what the comparisons of Forrester versus Drop was going to be like. There was kind of more anchor supporting roles, and Forrester had an incredible game, 25 kills to his name, was topping the scoreboard in terms of the fragging department. Deco had a really good performance once again. That final round from him there, just really showcasing what he's like. When he feels like he's like, right, I'm done with this, I'm closing it, I'm going to do it on my own. And he was run out ramp, right? This is kind of what 1WIN are all about. They have the ability for one man just to completely close the game, and this team is super scary. I'm really interested to see how they now translate this online form into LAN form somewhere later down the line.
Yeah, it was beautiful. And I think kind of reflecting on where this team is at and their progression is this lineup, you've always looked at it on paper and said, there are so many good pieces here. There are so many good pieces. You've got Deco, one of the best AWPers in the world that isn't on a top 10 team. Maybe he might actually be the best in terms of a player that isn't on a top 10 team. You've got people like Forrester, an incredible role player. Boomich, major winning in-game leader, now stepping into that role. Nickelback, incredibly experienced. Travis, as a rifler in his own right, was brilliant towards the end of last year. So you looked at the lineup and you said, when is this going to work? How is this not working already? And I feel like finally I've kind of seen it transpire. Finally, I've seen 1WIN getting into real shape, and they can do so much damage. And it's no surprise to say, Deco, he's not just the player of the match, he's not just the player of the series, he's the player of the tournament. There is no shred of doubt in my mind that this kid was the best man on the server during this tournament.
Yeah, whenever someone else maybe took a bit of the limelight, obviously we had Forrester there, we had Boomich in the game before on Vertigo, he's not that far behind. And that happens so very often with this guy. He's either in the top spot or he's in the second spot. I feel like that is a really, really common occurrence. And that's also something that's really difficult for a lot of players of a lot of levels to replicate. So, yeah, I think we're very, very impressed by what we're seeing from Deco. Again, continues to look good on the AWP for sure. But his rifling, also really good. He feels a bit comfortable doing a bit of everything, as we mentioned there. That last round of regulation, very good example of that, just entering in, but he's also decent in the clutch as well. I think he's a great all-round player. Mechanics looking really good. It's maybe taken him a bit of time to get here, you know, to really, really start turning heads, but everything seems to be coming together for this team. Maybe it's an IGL change that causes that. Maybe it's just the fact that all the pieces are coming alive at the same time. Again, 7 or 8 months since, you know, Hooch, Forrester, Nickelback have joined in. I think Boomich would also be around that sort of time, maybe a little bit before. But yeah, all the same, really, really, really great look for 1WIN, this kind of tournament win. And hopefully gives them that belief in themselves that we were talking about. A lot of third places, a lot of second places for this team. And now they finally managed to bag a win.
Just to rattle off some stats as well for Deco. So, you know, a flawless run throughout the upper bracket, only dropping 1 map, 11 maps they played throughout the entirety of this tournament so far, and he averaged a 1.32 rating. I mean, that level of consistency at such an elite level too is incredible. I think it's safe to say Deco is, like you're saying, Alan, in my opinion, he is the best opener in a top 10 team. I don't think, for me, there's really any doubt. He always has been for a long, long time. I think, you know, something that's not very hidden to the kind of the public world is he obviously has kind of individual problems in terms of his attitude and stuff. If he gets that fixed, he would, without a doubt, be on a top team. And there was opportunities where he could have been on a top team. So I think there's a future when this guy continues to grow, continues to look towards maybe some of those elite level positions, especially as the old guard of AWPers start to really, you know, move towards the end of their careers, end of their tenure. He's still so young, and to perform at this level against, like we already mentioned, the variety of opponents he can perform against and the variety of roles too with the rifling. He's so talented, man. What a player, and an incredible tournament from him.
Yeah, it's always fun to theory craft for him. If you put him in this team, will they perform better? Maybe he should get his chance over here. But maybe, just maybe, he has actually got a collection of players around him that can elevate him at least into, you know, the top 15, top 10 sort of level and really start competing. I think we should have a quick word on MIBR. They'll be disappointed. They haven't had the greatest performances in this tournament over the last couple of days against 1WIN, but overall, still second place, still bagging $40,000 in cash isn't bad, still got that slot in the global finals, and they're still a new lineup. So, I know they'll be disappointed, but I'm not sure we could have asked much more out of them. They played good Counter-Strike. They made it a long way into this, and I don't think they should be disappointed.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're a team that within the region as well are trying to add in a few stars, trying to pick up their firepower, still working that out. Of course, as you mentioned, Drop and Safe only been in for like 2 or 3 months, I think. So it really is short term. And then they've been thrust in, right? They've got like Pro League coming up. You got all these online tournaments. They very quickly have to play the Counter-Strike. They maybe not had much time to theory craft and strategically plan the Counter-Strike. And as I say, I still do feel that there are a few firepower issues with this team, right? Someone like Safe, someone like Drop have got experience at the top level, but maybe aren't quite at their fullest potential yet. Definitely not in this team, and maybe not career-wise either. Is that going to happen in this team? Is it going to happen in a different team if they maybe pass their peak? These are all questions that are unanswered at the moment for MIBR. And then also IGL-wise, right? Like they've had dedicated IGLs in, they've had AWPing IGLs in. It always seems to be a bit of a revolving door with MIBR in terms of that role. So there's definitely a few things that still need sorting. So honestly, coming into EU especially, tier 2 tournament, some of the teams that we got over here can be really difficult to deal with and very different to the way that things are played in South America. So I think second is a really solid result for them, actually.
Yeah, I think it's commiseration to MIBR. I think overall in the grand scope of this project, they can't be disappointed with the result. They've qualified to a LAN. They've got a fairly decent chunk of prize pool as well. And also, this is a pretty new period in their life. It's an adjusting period. They've just moved from North America. MIBR are playing NA, ECL for the last kind of year and a half. So they just moved from North America to Europe now, permanently, is what it seems like. They're playing within European ECL. They've committed to that. It's a complete different, period in their life, right? They're committing to kind of playing in European Counter-Strike, which is obviously very good for the prospects of this team. Being so young, they've got so much area to be molded in. I think there's a point now where we can look at this and say they should be happy with this. They finished second. They've qualified to LAN, so they've got at least one guaranteed LAN going into us next year. They've got decent other tournaments coming up as well, and obviously with the Pro League experience recently, they can hope that they can use that to be a bit of a catalyst going forward to make that a bit more of a regular occurrence. Granted, EU's much harder to qualify in, but they are a solid team, and I think they're one of the better teams within the tier 2, and especially now when they play within these EU tournaments, they're going to have just a lot more of that experience against these kind of weird and wacky teams. 1WIN are such a weird team. Like, they're so hard to play against. There's no way that MIBR would have experienced any team like 1WIN in NA ECL. There's no way kind of, like your Mythics or your Reason Gamings or whatever. They don't play the way 1WIN do, are super slow and then very, really funky in the way their setups are. So this is really good learning experience for what is a very young core.
Certainly is. Well, it's been a lot of fun, lads. Before we get really into wrapping this one up, just any final words, anything you want to get in before we close the show?
OG need to change their roster.
Yeah.
Slacks is one of the best AWPers in tier 2. Stop sleeping on him. He's actually as good, as wonderful, and as Deco, just doesn't have the right pieces around him. He's too good for alternate attacks. I'll throw it out there.
There you go. You heard it here first. Some punchy lines from the analysts here, and I really do hope they're held to those, because I'm not sure both are going to come true. Either way, that's going to wrap us up here for the CCT Online Finals number 3. Massive shouts out, as always, to all the sponsors, bottom of the screen. They're the ones that really make this sort of thing possible. We wouldn't have a show in the first place without them. And of course, production behind the scenes, the unsung heroes. They get it onto your screens and let you all enjoy all the Counter-Strike. So, as said, it's been a lot of fun. Shout out to everyone behind the scenes. And we look forward to bringing you the next edition, I'm sure, in the future, of the CCT Online Finals. Peace out.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Well, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you got to do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.